Thank you very much. We appreciate it, your effort and all that you do for the county, the residents of the county. And today we're going to try to be as efficient with your time as we possibly can. So we're going to get started like right now. So the first group is, the project is the Facility Instruction Lab Extensions. The requesting entity is Mon Valley Career and Technology Center.
Mark, they're not here yet,
Okay,
but there are 4 other. Always be smiling.
we'll just move to the next one?
Yeah, just move.
Okay. All right. And, I'm sure you all know this, or if you don't, there's, a 3-minute presentation, and there's a 2-minute buffer built in there for Q&A. So we'll try to collectively manage the 5 minutes to everybody's advantage and make sure we get all the information. So we appreciate it very much. Okay, next group is Always Be Smiling City Water. Always be smiling. Oh, very good. You're always smiling. Good.
Thank you, everybody, for your time. For those that don't know me or know our organization, we create experiences and support for individuals with disabilities and health challenges. You guys have been a great partnership for us. Last year, you gave us money to create our sensory zone, which we're in the process of interviewing contractors, and our hope is that we're going to have the sensory zone done by the end of May. We opened our Activity and Learning Center back in August, and everything is going great. It's been a great expansion into the community, our services, and what we're able to provide for our families. The final phase that I'm here asking is for public water. We have a well system right now that does not pass the DEP standards. And the reason it does not pass the DEP standards is when they were digging the well, it didn't go down deep enough for their standards. It hit water at like 35 feet, and they require at least 45 feet and below to be able to have that water be safe. And I'm sure you're probably asking, why aren't we digging for more well spots? But every time that we dig, it's $9,000. And we are up on a mine land, and everybody felt that it was just going to be a continuing issue and that we're going to just continue to waste money on that piece of digging more on the well. Unfortunately, when we opened the center, PA water is quite expensive because you have to run a few times under the creek off of Rock Run Road, right up by South Hills Bible Chapel up there. So that cost with the trenching and everything was quite costly, and we didn't have the money to be able to go right to PA water. So we elected to do the well to get open. The DEP did put standards on us that we can only be open 59 days out of the year for the type of events that we want to do. So we opened, we're doing a great job doing that, but obviously it is preventing us from expanding our programming, our hours, and also just the safety of the water. We have a filtration system, but we're not able to use that for public usage. So that also prevents us from doing the cafe, which is a big part of what we want to do for our programming. The cafe will allow vocational opportunities, so there's job creation there. The trail usage yearly is over 400,000 people, so this will also become a destination off the trail for our community to use, and also to really expand on that inclusion piece of it. Obviously, the vocational opportunities will be for individuals with disabilities, and we feel this is such a huge community asset to be able to provide that opportunity. So that's what I'm here asking, is that we can move forward with getting PA water, use that money to be able to get that trenching and be able to operate and have all the things I talked about to continue to grow and expand and really offer that job creation as well.
Thank you.
Yes.
Questions?
You said you're limited on the ability to use it because of the water constraints.
Yes.
How many do you do now, and how many do you project to do once this is all activities per week, per month?
Yes. So if you think about it, we can only, whatever activity we do where it's 25 and below, it's that 59 times out of the year. So last year, we almost hit that. We did open in August, so that was a half a year. But we really want to expand and offer these social opportunities for the family. So we had a Cookies with Santa, and that was over 150 people. So that counts as a day. Anytime we have meetings or we have people in our building, anything over 25 people count as a day. So it's important to think about that expansion, but I still go back to we can't do the cafe because we can't use that water that we have because it's not considered public water. And that's the standard that DEP puts on it. Unfortunately, we have a $30,000 filtration system, but they're looking at the output from the well. They're not looking at, we're filtering it, we have it. It's just, they are very black and white in their standards. And I have to report this out the 10th of every month, which is a lot too, that I'm constantly having to record, and you can't freely run your business when you feel like you have these restrictions put on you all the time.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? Thank you very much.
Oh, great, thank you, I appreciate it.
Next is Wild Things Park Upgrades Project. Washington Wild Things, C38.
Good morning, and thank you so much for allowing me to come in and present to you. We came to you last year looking to get some support for our new field. It's underway right now, believe it or not. The old surface is up, and we're praying that the snow is going to melt sometime in the next week or two so that we can start putting the new surface down. Our goal is to have that done by February the 10th. Keep your fingers crossed. Wild Things Park is entering its 23rd year of operation, and it's unbelievable to me that it's been there that long, and it's become a staple of this community. It's not there just for Wild Things baseball. Penn West California, that's their home field. It's home field to McGuffey High School. There are other high schools and colleges that come and play there. But it's more than just, and youth baseball, Washington Youth Baseball, Washington School District play there, but it's so much more than that. We host concerts every year. Taylor Swift actually started her career at Wild Things Park, believe it or not. We have festivals. This year we have a taco and tequila festival that we're planning. We had the antiques fairs for all the years since they had left the Meadows, driving events, corporate events, political rallies have taken place there. We have dog events. We had one called Wolfstock for the last few years. We do a lot of charity events there. So it's a community asset, and that's the way we look at it. Unfortunately, we have urgent needs for the facility itself. Yet last year we addressed the field for safety purposes for the players that are there. We had applied for RCAP dollars, and we were granted that money, that if we do a $1 million project, they will give us $500,000, and we are seeking matching dollars for that. The 3 projects that have been approved are painting the structure, sanding and painting the structural steel, replacing the lower level of seats, which by the way are from Three Rivers Stadium, so they're 50 plus years old. They are in ill repair, and you can no longer buy parts to fix them because they're so old. That's why we need to replace them. And the lights. The lighting on the field is important for safety reasons for not only our fans, but also the players. Believe it or not, and if any of you have played baseball under the lights, you probably are aware of this, there can be black spots that make it dangerous for a player if he can't see the ball or he can't see another player. So that's a safety thing for players. But in addition to that, it's for safety for our fans. Last year we had an incident where an experience where we had fireworks and we had an event on the field for kids. We did the fireworks first and shut the lights off, obviously, for the fireworks. It took probably 15 minutes to get the lights back up so that the kids could run the bases. So that becomes an issue. In addition, the lights, we'd like to have things that are more energy efficient. And so we are looking for LED lights to replace the ones that are there. in addition to that, from an entertainment value, we can do all kinds of cool things that you probably see in other stadiums where when you hit a home run, the lights flash or whatever. So, that would add an added entertainment value for our fans. And so we appreciate the opportunity to tell you about all of these things, and we request your help.
Okay, questions? Chris, this ask is for paving the or the parking lot, correct?
No.
No.
No. No, this is to match the dollars for our cap,
Gotcha.
for the lights, the seats, and the structural steel. And the structural steel, by the way, I didn't talk about that. It's in real bad shape. I actually have a photo of it. It's not in good shape. It's corroding and eventually will become unsafe.
All right. Any other questions? Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Okay, next is Victory Park Pavilions, Centerville Borough, C30.
Good morning.
Morning.
I brought Vanna White again this year. This is from Cheryl McKeegan, I'm Borough Manager, Treasurer at Central Borough. This is Steve Eby, who's our Borough Engineer. And we are back asking for additional money for our Victory Park. 3 years ago, we received DCNR funding for ADA accessible playground equipment right here, which is going to be completely ADA. And then last year, we came to LSA, we received money for the concession stand and restroom facility, as well as water and sewer to go there. We have just last night opened bids for the building, so that should start pretty soon. The water and sewer bids were accepted a month prior. When will that project start? Spring? As soon as the weather breaks, both those projects will start. The equipment's been ordered, that'll be coming within the next few weeks also, so spring we'll be really busy working on all three of those projects. Today's request is to part 3 of the project. We broke this down into 4 phases, and that is these 2 pavilions. We've already got the parking area set up, that's for phase 1. Excuse me. So we are now looking to put in 2 picnic pavilions, which will be used for community events, or they can be rented out to our residents for family events, and they will be able to access the restroom and concession building at the same time. We're hoping that any income from that will go right back towards the parks. And so the total, we're going to be putting picnic tables in there, and our local fire department actually did something with their pavilion where the picnic tables all have a plaque where residents contributed money to buy the picnic table, and they've got designation. We've already got 4 people signed up to, 4 companies or people to donate one of the picnic tables, so we don't think that's going to be a problem. The picnic tables will be completely taxpayer-free. That's my presentation. Any questions?
Thank you. Questions?
You mentioned an additional phase, a 4th phase. Can you preview what that might be?
Yeah, the 4th phase is going to be this walking all around here. Right now it's just like a gravel drive, and we're going to be planning on paving that to turn it into a walking trail. And parking is, or not parking, I'm sorry, for the vehicles. Right now the vehicles can only go this far, and they have to park. So we're going to make it like a one-way, but it's going to be a walking trail on the side, and then the parking, or the drive in the middle. That's phase 4. We're hoping for phase 5 because we have this whole area here that is unused. Right now it's just a flat field. Apparently, I don't know, 50 or 100 years ago, there was another ball field here. This ball field here is operated by the Fredericktown Fast Pitch Softball. They have their season, and then they also have, they haven't been able to have a tournament because they haven't had any place to put the people. They haven't had a concession area. They have a very small concession stand, but they have porta-johns. They don't have the restrooms. So once the restrooms are fit, they'll be able to, what's that? And they don't have water either. So once they get that, they'll be able to hold tournaments, and all that money will go back into field maintenance and equipment for their players. So we have a pretty good working relationship with the softball organization, and we hope to continue that.
Very good. Very good. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, next is Canonsburg Area Senior Center. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, sorry. So we're at the very first one, right? Okay, sorry.
Good morning. I'm Mary Lynn Sweetlack. I'm the Director of Aging Services for Washington County. My first request is for the Canonsburg Area Senior Center, which is entering its 51st year as providing services to seniors. This request is for $85,000 and $3,000 match from the seniors themselves. We are in desperate need of automatic door openers there. The seniors now, a lot of them have assistive devices and the doors become difficult for them to open. We also want to use some of this money to renovate an attic area for storage because the congregate area does not have any storage. And there is one wall in the building that needs shored up. This senior center was developed 51 years ago with the help of the Redevelopment Authority. It was an old movie theater. And we spent a lot of time and effort and a lot of love in bringing that center back up to good stead. So we serve approximately 65 people. It is a focal point in the community. We have now, through our strategic plan, have branched out for other entities to use the building in off hours, so it's being used by the community, and it's right there on Pike Street, so.
Questions? Okay.
You still have your senior Olympic things there and
We are still in the process of deciding what kind of senior games we're going to have this year, because this year, the area to do it is up here in Washington County, so I hope to incorporate pickleball. That is the new thing now.
And your $3,000 match, Mary Lynn?
Yes.
Is that coming from the senior center or from the county?
No, that is coming from the senior citizens.
County is putting nothing into this project.
No.
Okay,
Okay.
got the next one.
The next one is the McGuffey Area Senior Center. That request is for $47,500 with the senior citizens
C21.
putting $2,000 in. The McGuffey Senior Center is located in the heart of Claysville. We need a new roof. There are parts of that roof that are leaking. The roof is over 20 years old. There's also some siding issues there that need to be addressed. That center is not only important for activities and for the seniors to have some place to go, it's also very important because there are Meals on Wheels that go out of that site. And that's a very rural area. And that center has been in existence since 1971, and we serve approximately 35 people a day there. We were hoping to use this funding to put a metal roof on since those are so sustainable.
Okay, questions? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Next is Little A-Town Arena Improvement Project. Let's do this one. C17.
Good morning, Tim Paris. I'm here to represent Little A-Town Arena. This is Robert. He's working with us on the day-to-day basis, as well as working on some grants and some fundings to do some improvement at the arena. So a little bit about the Little A-Town Arena. It's an area in Ovella, Pennsylvania, which is located in Cross Creek Township. School district's made up of Cross Creek Township, Independence Township, Hopewell, West Middletown Borough, and a little bit of Jefferson, some of the surrounding areas. The arena was developed a long time ago out of an old strip mine project that we had, that Alex Paris Contracting had, to be able to have some types of events for the fire department and strictly for the fire department to raise funds. That kind of went away for a while with all the oil and gas work and everything that came in place and all the guys working long hours and not being able to facilitate that. In 2024, myself and some other local business owners was having some discussions about how many letters we get from the youth organization groups and the nonprofit groups and things in our area day after day after day and check after check after check. So got to thinking about it, and we said, well, let's open the arena back up where we can generate some income and run it. So what we do there is any event or any action or function that we have there, we generate income after operating and expenses and costs. Anything that's left over residual goes back into our community and back to our nonprofit organizations. This year, we was able to raise over $100,000 between sponsorships and events. We was able to give back $48,000 to 10 different nonprofits, split up equally, or not equally, but based off of their participation. Like the Avella Athletics, they was able to provide 16 to 18 members of their group at each event to help direct traffic, park, clean up garbage, do whatever. The Avella Fire Department was able to be there to support us and handle beverage sales and things of that nature. West Middletown was there with trucks and support. So every organization had a little piece of the pie. The senior citizens, obviously, they can't be there helping to park the cars or anything, but they was able to help with some verbal advertising and things. This is very much in the infant stages. So our goal is to do some improvements there. Every time we have an event, we have to rent bleachers at a cost of $3,000 a set that only seat 250 people. An average of our events, the 2 events that we had last year, because we started out very late in the year to get this thing up and running, we averaged 16 to 2,000 people. We do a lot of hillside and grass seating, but if we could either build some type of a bleachers or buy and purchase portable bleachers to have there, instead of giving the money away every year, at least if we have it, it stays in our town, in our pockets. Concession area, right now we work out of pop-up tents and coolers. If we had some type of a concession stand or two concession stands on the grounds with restrooms, public restrooms that are ADA capable and everything, again, that would eliminate the cost of renting porta-johns for every event, things like that. We do have public sewage, public water, a pyre there. So the facility is a nice facility. It's located off the beaten path of Avella, kind of in a country setting, but yet it's right there in town. We feel that it can draw a lot of people into our area with a lot of the other amenities around with the Cross Creek Park, the Meadowcroft Village, and that. It kind of sets in there as a good tourist area. So we're basically looking to do improvements to improve the quality of what we can provide to the public, as well as cut down costs of what it does for our shows. So that's kind of the history of it.
Okay, questions?
I will ask. This is Rachel from Cross Creek Township. Your ask is rather large, and as you know, we have a limited budget. Could you make do with a partial, or could you phase your project?
We could make do with partial or phase the process, whichever way. Any little bit would help. I mean, if the bleacher situation is, we're looking at it 2 different ways. I know that we priced portable bleachers in here, but there may be another way to go about that if we're going to do it with a set of decked scaffolding bleachers, which would be more permanent, maybe a little bit cheaper. We're looking into that right now. So we could do that as a phase, or we could buy a set or 2 bleachers at a time as a phase. We're not opposed to phasing anything in or working at it. I mean, we can, if we can put something here and we have to improvise over here, we'll do it. I mean, we're not looking for everything all at once. We understand that that's not a feasible thing for everybody to do. We want to be fair with everybody else in here, trying to get a little bit of a piece of the pie as well.
Okay, other questions? Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Yes, we'll reach back a little bit here. Facility instruction lab extensions. Mon Valley CTC. J3. Morning.
Morning, everyone. Neil Hanahan, Director at Mon Valley Career and Technology Center. My ask here today is directly related to the expansion of career and technical education in southwestern Pennsylvania, and actually in the state of Pennsylvania. 10 years ago, when I started there, we had 315 students in the entire building. We have at this point doubled our enrollment, and have the exact same amount of space to provide career and technical education for our students. So it's really about maximizing the space, analyzing every inch of space that we have to make sure that every student has a great experience and leaves our building with a certification and a career pathway once they leave, and a graduation pathway. So I did make some extra copies, but I believe on the application you have a map. There are some different places that we can close in. Right now we have some storage issues, and we're actually storing products that students work with, for example, lumber, inside of lab space. So we want to move some of that out and create more lab space for more kids to do more work. In the carpentry section, there's a place where we can install some garage doors, and we'll gain probably a 30 by 50 workspace, which is currently an outside space, but it's got an overhang. In our welding lab, we just completed a project with ARP ESSER money to redo our welding lab. So we had a small lab that had 18 booths, and we were able to use that COVID money to remodel that lab, and now we have 38 booths. We still need more space. So part of that project, you'll see on the outside of the building, there's an opportunity for us to put a garage door to go out to the front and put a metal building out there for storage and for students to do work in. They primarily like to do a lot of engineering work, and we try to get those higher order skills, not just fastening plates and getting their welding cert, but actually doing high order thinking skills, which is a lot of engineering. They like to work on vehicles, build robots, manufacture their own parts. And matter of fact, we'll be taking some of these vehicles to the World of Wheels here coming up in a couple weeks. The other area is a brand new program. It's veterinary science, and we put it into a section at the end of the building, and we want to try to make an entryway where public can come bring their animals for us to treat them, and students can get a great learning experience. You get that front end of the house kind of experience when you're dealing with customers and animal management. And also on the front end of the building, we want to fence in because the dogs, the animals will need a place to run, while they're with us. So that's basically the crux of the project. We're really excited about it, and you'll hear anything. Everybody in Career and Tech Ed, we're all screaming for space right now. It's great to be popular. There's nothing better than watching a student develop their skills and have a career path and have hope in their life, and that's really what we're all about. So this would help us out greatly, and so that's our project.
Okay, thank you. A question: Do you have employers at that stage come in and recruit or participate?
Yes. Every program that we have is run by something called an Occupational Advisory Committee. And that committee approves all of our curriculum, and that committee is filled with industry experts, CEOs. They run their own companies, and they come and meet with us twice a year. They go through our programs, they go through our curriculum, and they make recommendations for change and updates. If there's something not being used in the industry anymore, we don't want to teach that. We want to be cutting edge. So they'll make those recommendations. And a lot of those recommendations they say, we need more space. So so we have open house, and we also have hiring events for not just our students but for community. So we try to have every student have their own pathway within their industry. There's not really a science to it, but we make sure that they have enough connection.
Okay, that's great.
Yep.
Great. Okay, other questions?
I do want. Neil, you mentioned in your application, students will be contributing towards the installation of this as the match. Are they going to be doing all of the project, or in partnership with another construction company, or can you?
We'll have some partnerships. I think there are some structural things. If we are awarded this, there'll be partnerships with contractors. For example, if we need to put a concrete pad out front, I would have my students, dig the pad and form, and then they would come in and they would observe and get involved in the finishing of the concrete. So that we've done that before with different companies. But structurally, I wouldn't let them do anything structurally, but fastening, a lot of fastening. If it's a metal building, they can fasten the outsides and so forth. We do a lot of floor grinding. We do a lot of framing. So it's they will install garage doors and windows because that's what we teach. So yeah, there will be a lot of student work, but it would be in conjunction with the contractors. Thanks for the question.
Sure. Very good.
Along those lines, the match, in your application, was there any kind of a match that you put? I know it's hard to quantify what your students can do because I've been to your place several times.
Yeah.
And it's amazing what they have accomplished and what they can do. But again, I think, was there something that you had thought of, some kind of a number figure to put in as part of your match?
I think I have set aside capital reserve money. Our board has set some capital reserve money. If we were able to allocate some of that in, depending on what any of the project is what the number says, but if we were to get less, then we would just offset it with some capital reserve.
Well, kind of where I was going was to try to put a number on what their in-kind donation would be, and that's the work of the students.
Right.
Because there's no way in the world you could accomplish this project with only $100,000 if you didn't have assistance from the kids.
Right.
So that's
Right.
where I was going.
I would say, we take a look at what it takes. Construction labor is pretty expensive these days. And if you take a look at every student and they spend, every student spends 30, 40 hours, maybe 50 hours on each. So you kind of offset it that way.
Okay.
Seeking further clarification. Your application has a letter that says the in-kind match is 10,000, but your actual budget shows no match. So my question is, do you need 100,000 or do you need 90,000?
Obviously, when you're grant ready, you ask for as much as you can get, but 90,000 would be great.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Great, thank you.
Next is Project 47, the Mel Blount Youth Home of Pennsylvania. C27. Morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you all for giving us this opportunity to talk about what we're doing and the excitement we have out there at the Mel Blount Youth Home, the Youth Leadership Initiative. What we're trying to do is make sure we reach as many children as we can with something that is proven to be a big asset for our program, and that's our equine program. So what I would ask is for support for our equine program. And one of the interesting things is that the county study shows that of the people that were surveyed, they said the number one request was for more equine activities for our youth. So we have the facility out there, we have the space, but we do need a arena. And so my ask is that we could get support to build that facility. And we have proof that the horse is good for these kids. I think it was Winston Churchill that said that the outside of a horse is good for the inside of a man. And we've watched our children grow and develop and gain confidence from working around these animals. So we want to make sure that we can do everything that we can to give our kids an opportunity to be successful. And so over the last 36 years, since 1989, when I started building that program, we've always had the horses for the kids, but it never brought it to the forefront like we would like to do going forward, because we understand the impact that it have on kids. And it's interesting that the county park study shows that of all the people that they surveyed, the number one request was for more horse activities for the kids here in this county. And so I think we have the perfect place, the perfect situation, and the perfect opportunity to make that happen and give kids a chance to grow and develop. One thing I learned, because I grew up in the South using mules and horses to grow and harvest crops, is that it teaches you a lot of respect, hard work ethics, teaches you a lot about yourself and gives you an opportunity to grow and really develop as a person. So our request is for $300,000 to help us build the arena that we would like to construct. And with that being said, unless you have some comments, we're open for any questions.
Yep, questions?
Yes, the application had the LSA request of 600,000. Are you changing that to 300?
Well, no, I'm not changing that. The reason I said 300 is because we would be able to come up with matching funds, but if the 600 is the ask, then I misspoke. Sorry about that.
Okay.
How many, oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I know you guys run a lot of summer programs. How many kids do you think in a year, I guess, that you would have access to your programs?
Last year, and it's been pretty consistent since 2020, that we've been averaging around 1,500 kids per year to come through our program, and each one of those kids have had access to our horse program. The problem and the reason we need this arena is that when you get into inclement weather like we have now, you really can't operate that program because we don't have the facility. And so we need to be able to get kids inside and continue to work with them and teach them not only about the horses, but being able to get them to understand just how to take care of them and how it helps them. And the other thing that I guess the benefit of this is these kids can learn the anatomy and also have opportunities to go into whether it's veterinarian medicine or go into their, and I know this from experience because my son is in, we have all these ranches around the country are looking for people. They're looking for kids and they're looking for help. So we can start producing candidates to get jobs, whether it's working on a ranch or being ranch managers or barn managers. There's so many opportunities out there for our young people. And I think this is one of the things we really need to take a look at because we got so many kids that are coming out and they can't find work. And everybody's not going to be a college graduate. And so I think this is a good opportunity for kids and present a lot of inroads to employment.
Very good, very good. Any other questions?
Just to clarify though, if you were only to get half of the ask, would $300,000 go towards the arena and help facilitate?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Next is Ridge Road Sanitary Lift Station. Request entity Ridge Road South Associates,
Good morning.
E13.
That's a tough act to follow. There's a Winston Churchill quote in there. So thanks for that.
Well, thank you for doing that.
Yeah, at the risk of spending all my time passing out leaflets, I did want to have the youth behind just to show you the scope and scale of the project. Apologies thank you for the help passing those out. My name is Nate Phillips. I'm Vice President of Construction at Chapman Properties and a principal at Ridge Road South Associates. Chapman Properties is a real estate developer in Washington and Allegheny County, primarily west of Pittsburgh. it's a short presentation, so I wanted to ask you to look at just some highlights on this map. That blue circle area is about 5 million square feet of development that's sitting right at the border of Washington and Allegheny County and Findlay Township. It will not cross that border because there's no sewer service in Washington County and Robinson Township to serve what is the orange hashed area. We have a couple buildings that have just crossed the border, but we're able to pump sewer back up to Findlay Township, and that's what we've worked on over the past 2 years, is to create those agreements. So what we're asking the county to do, and by the way, that orange area is zoned commercial and industrial. So we're not talking about residential service, we're talking about jobs and tax dollars. What we're asking is to create infrastructure that would allow that area to be activated for development, taking advantage of all that development that's pent up right across the border. Let's bring it into Washington County in Robinson Township, in keeping with the county's comprehensive plan, and activate that area with sewer. So it's a big ask, but it's also a big opportunity. We're looking at about 1,000+ acres of land, with right now the closest public sewer sits on the bottom of the page shown as the Midway Sewer Connection. It's about 5 miles away. It would cross a lot of residential and agricultural land. Midway has no intent on extending sewer that way. So just to recap, Findlay has agreed, and all those agreements are in place with the township to accept the sewer. That sewer is the last utility that's necessary for that development. So I'm happy to leave it at that for some questions, because I know it's a complicated project, or if you'd like me to continue, I can.
Questions?
This is Nate, thanks. So based on the diagram, so the county line is the road, right?
The county line is sort of that diagonal northeastern edge of that orange block. So you can see how that kind of straightens out. That is the county line. If you were to extend that northwest and southeast, that's the county line.
Okay, all right, so the box where you're saying the proposed location is located in Washington County?
Yes, it is. So that location is on land that is owned by the applicant, and that's part of our match. I want to make that clear. We're not asking to buy land, build a sewer, and then do development. We have all that under control. Permits are in place or actively under application. So all this is ready to go, but we need to have a place for sewer. One sort of extension on that, on the land that we own, which is closest to the Allegheny County line, closest to that blue circle, we build warehouses and light manufacturing facilities. We can pump, technically speaking, up the hill to the Findlay intercept. However, that then sort of voids all this momentum that we have and in building what could be a regional asset to collect a much larger area. So what we're asking the county to do is let's act while strike while the iron's hot, and put this facility in place now rather than waste the opportunity and count on someone else to do it later on that probably won't work, frankly.
Yeah, that was gonna be my final question, is the economic feasibility of this without doing this?
It's not necessary for our immediate development. This lift station is not necessary. When we've sat down with Robinson Township and they have taken official action to support this project, I have a letter as part of the application. They wanted to see this as a regional asset to activate these sites. These are not agricultural sites, again, in keeping with the county comprehensive plan. These are former strip mine sites. These are environmentally sensitive sites. If we're going to convert these, we need to tee these up to have all the utilities in place.
And we have 4 facilities being built right now in Allegheny County and 4 on the books for Washington County. And as Nathan said, I'm sorry, Tony Rosenberger, if you didn't know me, part of the same development group. The net of it is the market in that area is hot because of the proximity to the airport, the help of the 576 expressway, all of those things. This development would not happen if not for that marketplace. This is the strength of this piece, is it gives us another 700 acres, not necessarily our land. It's adjacent land that will develop in that industrial marketplace and benefit Washington County overall. So we're done on the Allegheny County side of that line. Everything that we own is south of that in Washington County.
Okay.
As some of the other questions could, as you know, we're under a certain budget. Could this be started with a partial funding?
It's complicated. If there was a big project, big projects tend to be able to absorb more infrastructure. But right now, we're looking at 100,000 square foot light manufacturing buildings. If you burden that project with an $800,000 lift station plus the associated piping infrastructure, that project goes away. It's going to go someplace that has SOAR. So if you've got a project that's 300,000 square feet, 500,000 square feet that can support it, sure. But I don't see any of those being built right now.
And that's not that marketplace. That marketplace is the 60 to 100,000 square foot building. That's the ideal, that's the sweet spot. That's what the airport is bringing with it. So it's an essential part to support all of that.
I know we're over time, but the second page, just to show you that we do put our money where our mouths are, the second page shows some buildings under construction and recently built. Samuel Company and Crane One under construction. That is in Washington County. I'd encourage, if you're interested, I'm happy to go give you the tour. We're excited that we're crossing the line into Washington County, and all that land in the background of the photo along 576, that's what we're talking about.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for listening.
Okay, next is Epicenter. The requesting entity is Epicenter LP. E1.
Yes, I can.
Tommy, how are you? Long time no see. You too.
Well.
Good morning, esteemed committee. Thanks for giving us the opportunity to make a presentation here today. Our project actually gives Washington County an opportunity to invest in a project that will actually pay back tremendous returns for the county. My name is James Mendelson, and I would like to reintroduce the Epicenter to you. Some people may know me as Doc. Epicenter is a multi-purpose sports, entertainment, and recreation center with a full restaurant, bar, and event space. Epicenter will be located at the Tanger Outlet Mall off of Racetrack Road. It should be noted that Epicenter, that the Tanger is actually a partner in the project. They're investing into the program. The investment the county would make in Epicenter would repay itself to the county in a self-perpetuating way. We will bring over 500,000 visitors to the site every year, as our state-of-the-art facility will house 8 indoor basketball, volleyball courts that we use primarily to promote AAU sports, practices, camps, and tournaments on the weekends. We presume we'll have between 35 and 40 tournaments in a given year, each one bringing between 3,000 and 4,000 guests to the site. There will also be 21 dedicated pickleball courts. 15 of them will be indoors, individually cordoned off, and there will be 6 outdoors as well. In between, we'll have over 25,000 square feet of private space for recreation, dining, beverage, and private events, weddings, fundraisers. We have lots of event space available. Based upon our research, which was not done by us, but was done by Tanger, we expect Epicenter to boost the economy between $40 to $50 million per year. This trickle-down effect will benefit the Tanger outlets, the area hotels and restaurants, the casino, and other local businesses, which will provide a benefit to the county as a whole. When you factor in the 40 full-time and 30 part-time, well-paying jobs that will be created for your residents, this project has tremendous potential for the return on your investment. We'd also like to note that our nonprofit component, our Leadership Academy, is aimed at fostering leadership skills and community to the youth of the Washington County area. We believe we can make a difference in our young people as long as we have an opportunity to reach them early enough. Your support will enable us to fulfill our mission and create something truly special for Washington County. Please help us to help you, and together we can reap the benefits of this amazing project. Thank you.
Questions? It's all in here.
So I can give a few more points if you I have time. It's about a $20 million project, all built out. We have added Family First Ventures. I'm not sure if you're familiar with them, but they've joined into our team as well. Very esteemed business people in Washington County. They also have some work that they're hoping they can move into our project and move into their own. With this $20 million, the building has been designed and crafted by our leadership team, which comes from the top volleyball, basketball, and pickleball promoters in the entire region, not just in Pennsylvania, but the entire East Coast. And the restaurant, I have 30 years in the restaurant experience. So we have a great team that will be able to bring this project into the magnitude that the county would like to see. We are asking for $1 million to make this thing come to fruition. We are ourselves raising about $7 million in private equity. The grants that we get will help us to alleviate debt service and build this building out the way that it needs to be built out to make this the world-class facility that it should be.
If I could here, just in the last minute, and most of you have some familiarity with this project and their partners. The one thing that I would add, and it's not lost on you, is that in its current form, the Tanger Outlets retail going through disruption. And this is a first mover within the Tanger portfolio here in Washington County, where they believe out of necessity, in order to preserve what they have, that bolstering the shop part of eat, stay, play, and shop is the new model. And it's a real opportunity to be a first of a one-of-one that is bolted onto a really strong retail partner in Tanger. And it will kickstart and be a catalyst for other things across the street from the casino. So we're bullish on it. It's a bit recession resistant in that if any of you have children or grandchildren in youth sports, the sports piece is not a new thing. Bolting it on to a strong retail partner like Tanger would be. So,
Just a real quick question, gentlemen. So what is the status of the project? I mean, are we ready to go? Is this moving forward with partial funding? When does the center start breaking ground?
So we're not able to really go without partial funding because the worst thing you can do is not get full funding. We can't build a half a building and then not have the financing in place. So we have almost raised our $6.75 million. We're very close to the end of that. We've gotten one grant approved by RCAP already. We're applying for more. We have started discussions with banks, but obviously mitigating their risk obviously is the most important thing for them. So the less risk we can make it for them, the better chances can go. So in an ideal scenario, we finish our fundraising middle of February for our equity side. We go to the banks. That's finished in April. We get a shovel on the ground in May. This thing could possibly be operational by next January.
Thank you, Representative and Senator, for your support on the Redevelopment Assistance Capital Program. This is an important gap financing piece that demonstrates local support. As we said, we're going to be moving to the private markets to build out the rest of the capital stack, another $2.5 million. There's an ability to hit go on this in this calendar year.
Okay, thank you very much. Next is Vesterberg Pump Station, and trash basket.
Let's look up the
Vesterberg, New Hill Joint Authority. P17.
This is just a map of the area, just to kind of get you familiar with the area there. Wait, see that. There's actually two projects. I have a second one back to back here, so we'll make it kind of easy. Vesterberg sits along the river. Fredericktown's right there in the lower part of the map. The sewer plant that takes all this area is sitting right here. The two pump stations are, we call this a Little Mexico and the Vesterberg pump station. You actually have funds in this pump station right now. We're just not have enough to put the SCADA system in this one. And while we're doing that, we like to put a SCADA in this and put the trash basket in this. So this, we're doing a lot of maintenance on those pumps because everything's going through. It wears out the impellers. So it would be a great help to put the trash basket in. We are putting a trash basket in this one when we rebuild this one. It's going out for bid here in about 2 months. So that's that area. There's about 250 customers on this pump, on these two pump stations. Their rate is $52 a month. We're asking for $37,770. The authority is putting in $3750, and that should cover that project. So pretty straightforward there. Any questions? Swing projects. So the next one is East Beth Pump Station. You guys do have, did give us $200,000 in that project back in 2023. The pump stations over, since COVID, we used to build them. You gave us a couple for Centerville. We used to build these things for about $3 250,000. Now they're up about $600,000 for a pump station. So the authority has put in $53,000, so we're looking at $342,800 roughly to get this project out for bid. They're both pump stations are Smith and Loveless, which are vacuum type pump stations. They're the only company that builds those. So when I'm putting this one out for bid here next 2 months, we actually are putting out for competitive, and we're calling for submersible pumps also. So at least we're trying to make sure they come out with the best number. I mean, I'd like to put the Smith and Loveless back in, but I want to make sure they, are going to be somebody that's going against them. So, but that's the number I'm using for East Beth. It'll, once I put this one out, I'll know exactly what I'm in for. But, that pump station is pretty deep. The biggest thing down there being in the river that, if it does flood, which it did back in '85, those pump stations do go underwater because they are underground. So that is the other reason. This is up to the mountain here. But that one there, I probably will do just submersible pumps only. That brings everything, all the controls up above the ground, and we can put them on a pedestal, a little bit above the floodplain. So that's what we're looking for that. So we're asking, like I said, for $342,800 for that one. So.
Okay. Okay, questions? Thank you very much. Okay, next is Washington Business District Authority. It's the C36. Morning.
The chairman of my board, Evan Chambers, he's on his way. He answers the math questions for me. So if he walks in and you have math questions, he can take them. My name is Shana Brown. I'm the director of the Washington Business District Authority. I wanted to thank you guys first and foremost. I think that we're going into our 6th or 7th year here with the facade grant. This will be the 4th for me. And if you've been around downtown Washington, you've seen the changes that it's made. It's been instrumental in causing a renaissance and in getting these new businesses coming into the city. So far, we've been able to support 70 projects. That's an increase from my application, which said 66 or 65. We had 5 new applicants come in since between now and then. So still very much of a need. Last year, we had asks of over 300,000, illustrating again that need for continuation for this program. And last year, we did make a preference for the new businesses because this is the number one carrot, the number one kind of, hey, come and see us, come and start your business in Washington. Because as a new business, you're facing a ton of costs. And if this just makes it a little bit easier, our facade grants go up to $25,000 per applicant. So we have no shortage of need in the city, obviously. And the stipulations for the grant also say that it has to be something permanent. So even if, it changes hands or something happens, it's still a permanent fixture and it's still a benefit to the city. So there's, no cause for concern in that aspect. It does serve as the biggest incentive, and we've used this actually for a number of our projects. Our President's Pathway, some of you are familiar with, we're finally pushing forward with that. And one of the instrumental things with that, one of the instrumental elements with the President's Pathway were the buildings right smack dab in the middle. They were previously the community circle food pantry. So, it's a connection between the downtown and the college. And it was really important for us to be able to get this project up and going, but we needed some buy-in from private investors. We needed somebody to come along and be like, hey, these buildings, this is gonna be great. We can see the vision, we got it. And that's exactly what happened. And because of this facade grant, which Chuck Wagner, who was the private investor, he was able to get his garage doors ordered, and he's going to be putting in a brewery. So his doors were ordered actually last week. So it's really exciting to see how this facade grant kind of trickles into the other projects that we're working on and getting the revitalization of our downtown. So in a nutshell, thank you guys. Do you have any questions? Thank you for your continued confidence in the BDA, and we hope we can continue our facade grant program. But does anybody have any questions?
Questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, next is Wilson Road Sewer Extension. Your requesting entity is Center West Joint Sewer Authority. P20? P20.
I don't think I introduced myself last time. My name is Stephen Eagle with Woodward Engineering. So like I said, this one's for Center West Sewage Authority. We have 1,152 existing customers in West Brownsville and Centerville Borough. The rate is $55 a month. What we're asking for today is we're putting in $304,500 match, asking for $509,615. This is the existing Walmart along Route 40. They have plans to build a Med Express here. What we're asking for, and we do have sewer up there already, what we're doing is tying into an existing manhole here. We like to run a sewer line up this valley to open up this whole area here. There is talk of an Aldi's coming in. This area here is commercial. This side is residential. So this would open up this whole corridor here for public sewage and for development purposes. So that's what we're asking. Questions?
For residential, how many lots are there in that area?
Well, we have to do a subdivision. Right now, it's all one big part. This is all one big parcel right now. So once that sewage goes in there, then it can be do a subdivision right now. With no public sewer, the lots have to be a lot bigger. So that's what we're trying to do, sewer first, then we can do this.
We come back
Also, so subdivisions, I can't do it now. It does open, there was, when they put this intersection in, there was supposed to be a lot more development, obviously, these lots up here available. They're talking about kind of a little strip mall here with a little gas station. We heard all these may come in, but I don't know if they're going to try to take one of the lots existing or come across the road. So we like to get that sewer in there just to have that. So everybody else will do the same thing. So hopefully they'll come.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, next is North Beth Township Drainage Project. North Beth Township. P54.
So, so I just started.
You're back.
I didn't left. I tried to just get them all lined up.
I know, no, that's good, that's good.
4 years new, but, you know, I don't know how many years I've been coming here. I try to just do them back to back. Try to get the time going, so. I just got hired by North Bethlehem Township. They weren't familiar with this. They never applied for grants. We did do some state LSAs for them. So I said, well, we got the county, why don't you try, do something. So the first project is we're looking for drainage. I used the wrong color highlighter. This road here is called Dutch Quarry Road. It goes up to state game lands. It is a gravel road. Doesn't have enough drainage, so they're getting a lot of erosion. They need to put some storm crossings in. It's a lot of traveling when people go out there for the hunting season. Other than that, it's just a thoroughfare to get from one side to the other. So all season there's not a lot, but it is very busy during the hunting season. So we'd like to do a little upgrade there. Down here on Moog Road, there's a 48-inch culvert that goes across the road. It's a tin whistle. Obviously, the bottom's corroded out. It's going to collapse. The school bus uses that route. You see there's no major roads around there, so if we lose that culvert, obviously the school bus is going to have a major detour to go around. It is a township road and so forth. So that's what we're asking for those two projects. $81,722. Township doesn't have a lot of funds, so we don't have a match to go with it. So between those two projects, another question, for a good while, questions always asked, we're paying for partial too. If we can't get the whole thing, if we can do partial, at least do this pipe and maybe some of the culverts for drainage, it would help.
Any questions? Okay, thank you. Oh. Well, no,
I'll let you know when I'm done.
Yeah, that was a thank you for the project you just did, so I'll probably say thank you again when you're.
Yeah, I think the first time I never thought that. I did two projects the first time.
I know.
I kind of went right in with the second one.
Yeah, no, it's good, it's all good.
All right, the next one is also in North Bethlehem Township. This is called Fair Acres Project. What this was a developer, his name was Robert Merrill. He built 40 homes along this road up here, built a sewer plant at the bottom. So these 40 homes, that was all private development and everything. He passed away, so basically state law requires, there's no ownership of the sewer plant. DEP has it's 11,000 gallon a day plant, very much in disarray. I've been able to keep any funds coming through right now, going through the transition from going from a deceased owner to a township owner. Obviously, the residents in that area think the township should just take it over. Township believes that, hey, we'll take care of it, but you guys got to pay for it. You can't have taxpayer, the whole tax base and, supplying just sewage to those 40 homes. So the sewer rates when he passed away were $33 each. We have raised it to $100 per house to get a nest egg, basically. They don't have any money of their own, basically. The township is paying all the bills. We're keeping all the funds in a separate account, basically, so we can show taxpayers that their funds aren't being used, for somebody else's system. So, they are, the township is doing everything. Money is being collected. An example, just to transfer the permit from Robert to the township is going to cost $1,000. So the stuff's not cheap. So working with DEP, the first thing we want to do is revitalize the EQ tank. So that's what we're applying for this time. $63,700. Figured by the time the funds are available from the county, we should have at least you know, the total project is roughly 7,700. Same thing as before. It can be broke up with, you know, partial funds. There is 2 pumps, control panel, aeration. So what we can do is stage that to at least get something going through that system. Obviously, if I'm still the engineer next year, we'll be coming back to, he wants to do disinfection next, and then do the aeration tanks, and then going into the sludge removal system. So we'll have a 4-stage system as we go through. Don't know how much money we'll have in the bank over the next couple of years. We'll drain our bank account with the match every year to try to get this up and running. Keep them in compliance so they're not getting a citation. That's just wasting money for them. So. Do we have any questions?
Priority for the township? Yeah, you just talked about a previous.
I don't know if I want to answer that because this project for the township is for those 40 residents only. So, you know, when we speak for the township, I'm going to say we need it over here first, but you know, say those 40 residents are paying fines and everything else, you know, just because it's in the township name, it is 2 separate, I'm counting those 2 separate entities. We gave, I know when he passed away, the DEP stepped in and offered them the opportunity to do basically, it's not an authority, more of a homeowners association kind of thing, to take ownership of that plant. They didn't take that offer. So it went through the courts, mandated the township to take it. Now they came back and they want it. He said, no, the offer was on the table. You shot it down. It doesn't come back now. So it is in the township name. So, you know, they understood when we changed the rates to $100, they probably should have took the authority because then they had a little more control of it. You know, the rates probably should have been higher at the beginning in 33, but PUC stepped in, wouldn't allow him to, you know, raise rates any more than what, you know, they go in and audit everything. But, he should have, you know, because he was trying to sell it. He couldn't sell because it wasn't profitable just for the homeowners. So, you know, it's a big long story behind that whole thing. You know, working for the township, like I said, I'm looking more for the township for that project. This project is for those homeowners.
Sure. Okay.
My question was very similar. Of all these projects, which is the highest priority?
Of all 5 of mine?
Yes, sir.
You got me working for, I work for all of them. So
I understand.
I don't prefer not to answer it. You have competing entities.
I understand, but
I'll-
you're the closest to all of these.
Yeah, I mean, I get, you know, I'm doing this as an office manager, I'm not charging them to come out today. Like, you know, I like to have all the projects, and for me, the one that has the most, you know, revenue coming in helps me out the most. I mean, so I can't, you know.
I know I'm.
If it goes on record that I picked one of my clients over another, I probably won't work for the other clients next year. So,
Don't answer that.
yeah, I can.
Okay.
I mean, I can answer this one easy, because it's between the 2 townships, but, you know, it's more on.
Oh, that's fine, that's fine. We're good. Okay. Yeah, hey, thank you very much.
And I've done that.
Yep, there you go.
Thank you.
Okay, next is Washington Trust Building, Interior Promenade, Trek Development Group, E6. Good morning, good morning.
I'm Janelle Kemmer, project manager with Trek Development Group, and might be joined by Bill Gaddy, president of Trek. We had some traffic snags this morning, so. So yeah, Trek acquired the Washington Trust Building just up the street back in 2013, and since then have been investing in several different phases to bring the building back to its full glory of its historic prominence there right at the center of town. To date, we've invested about $3.5 million of Trek equity into the building and have also raised an additional $23 million in some other supports through tax credit, equity, historic tax credits, and have been working closely with the redevelopment authority in sourcing those funds and just continuing to work at restoring the building. So To date, we've had 2 phases of residential rehab development. We're about to finish bringing online another 25 apartment units and continue to work on improving and upgrading the remaining commercial space that's on the front portion of the building and the 6-story portion of the building. And so that's what we're bringing to you today. So work that we've done to the commercial space to date has been improving major systems within the building. We recently invested about $2 million in MEP infrastructure, improving electrical systems, decommissioning the boiler, and bringing heating and cooling to all of the office spaces. But now we're turning our attention to really wanting to try and activate the ground floor use. If you're familiar with where West Banco and also the Chamber of Commerce used to be, those spaces have remained vacant for a number of years that we've been struggling to find a tenant who's able to take on that much space, that there's just not really a market for that large of a single tenant. And so we wanted to pivot our strategy a little bit and look for kind of smaller 2,000 square foot spaces that we're seeing more of a market for, but to still create that in a way that really activates that ground floor, is visible from the street. And the probably most exciting part of our proposal here is helping to create a connection to the historic bank vault space. I don't know if anyone has been in the building recently to remember this really wonderful bank vault floor that you have some photos there in the application. What we're proposing here will create better access directly to that space. So it would really become an amenity for all building tenants, specifically the commercial tenants, that it could be more accessible to the public. So meetings could be held there, events by the commercial tenants. And so that's really the aim, is to make that more accessible broadly, because it's been kind of kept tucked away and hidden for too long. So so that's the goal there.
Okay, questions? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you all.
The next is Long Branch Borough Building. Long Branch Borough. Hey, Bill.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Joseph de Blasio. I'm the mayor of Long Branch Borough, and this is William Nutt. He is chairman of the building committee. Our proposal is in the form that I prepared for you, I gave you 2 proposals. One was to upgrade our current building, which is a schoolhouse, which is over 100 years old. We've put several amounts of money into it over the years. Volunteers have made various improvements and so on to the building. However, the building has, the basement is, there's no concrete in the basement. The basement is a mud floor. The big problem is the building is disintegrating. The foundation was made of old rock, sandstone, and it's disintegrating. And we were here last year to try to get money to upgrade, but we were not successful. In talking to our engineer this year, he suggested to us, rather than try to upgrade this building, because it's going to be a continual money pit. You're going to have to continually put money into this building to keep repairing and so on and so forth. Why not go to a module? Get a price on a module, and you'll be better off, because the building is, like I said, the foundation is disintegrating. He said it's probably disintegrated about a ½ an inch from last year. So it's not going to be long. That building's no longer going to be existent. That building is used by the municipality for voting, number 1. Number 2, all the borough offices are in that building. Senior citizens use that building. Clubs can meet in that building, like the Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts. It's always been offered to them for no fee at all. But that's not going to be able to be available. However, we looked at the alternate proposal for a double wide building, which would be completely maintenance-free and would last us for many, many, many years, much more so. So in the proposal we gave to you, we showed you that we looked at the upgrade of the old building. The cost was like $300,000, somewhere in that neighborhood. The borough is prepared to put up $20,000. That's been put into the budget. And if we look at the double wide come into somewhere around 227,000, but with our 20,000 match there, it would be somewhere around 207,000. The double wide would be handicap accessible, can be utilized for everything I stated previously. So our proposal, since we gave you two, that was only because we wanted to let you know we looked at all possibilities. And finally, it comes down to the double wide being the best possibility. So we're asking you for approximately somewhere in the neighborhood of $207,000. It's in the form there, $207,000. And we'll put the 20,000 in from the slot machine money. And it's already been budgeted. It's been put into the budget for that particular purpose. So that's the bulk of my proposal. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
You said that this facility would be used for voting, and with the plan for the double wide, is it ADA compliant and all of that? Because some of the double wides are a little tough.
Yes.
And I know they recently did exactly this in Green County.
Yes.
Because their building was, it would cost too much to try to fix it.
It would be equipped with air conditioning, it would be handicap accessible. It would be right up to the current standards, state standards, whatever it is. So, and then whenever they bring it in, they set it up, we'd be able to use it almost instantaneously. So it wouldn't be that we would be down or separated by a year or whatever it might be. It'd be instantly available, voting wouldn't be interrupted, committee meetings wouldn't be interrupted, borough offices could all exist. We're a small municipality, we've got three part-time employees, we've got 13 miles of road to take care of. With our budget, it would be impossible to purchase such a double wide without your assistance. So if we can get the assistance, we're hoping we can get the assistance from this committee this year and get the job done.
So what would the plan be with the old building? Is it just?
Well, we plan on tearing down, the building is a two-story or a two-room schoolhouse. The one side of the schoolhouse is where it's disintegrating. That's where the bathroom is, where the committee meetings are and everything else. That's the one where the foundation's disintegrating. We plan on having that torn down, have it filled in for parking, and the other portion of the building, which is half decent because it's not on any large foundation like that. It's got a crawl space under it, where the old building doesn't. It has a beam in there that's cracking, and it's probably helping it to disintegrate. So we continue to use that for storage. That's all we want to do with that. Use it for storage and have half of that building torn down and repaired for storage. You're welcome.
I just want to add one more thing, if you don't mind. Commissioner Sherman and Commissioner Janice was out and went down in the basement to see what it looked like. And they said, this is a mess. So I appreciate you guys' all consideration, and I just wanted to add that because they have been there.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, next is Washington School District STEAM project. The Washington School District. E6. E.
Morning.
Oh, good morning.
Thank you for having me this morning. Washington School District provided you a proposal that we believe is important to our school district success. We have, I've been in the district now over 3 years, and we began to really
attack the biggest issue we had, which is simply that our kids don't read very well. And so we put effort into that, finances into that, staffing into that. And we continue to do that, and we'll continue to go that direction. In terms of other areas that we know we need to address, our students often don't progress toward a four-year institution. And even with the current philosophy of education, normally, that's not unusual. A lot of students now are moving toward technical schools, moving toward community colleges. And the concept that I like to reference, and I reference it in the proposal, is that our students benefit from it by developing stackable skills. What that simply means is that they can acquire certain skills and then build one upon another. We'd like to try to provide something for our secondary students who don't have an inclination to go to a four-year institution, where they may come out of Washington with a skill to use a laser cutter, to use a 3D printer, to use some of those other skills. We also, STEAM also includes the arts. Our art program is not well funded financially in terms of the kilns and things of that nature. We provide the supplies, and that's what the district will commit to this process. We will do the ongoing supplies, which all of these machines use material that are sometimes expensive. So that's the district's commitment to this piece. But we have classes intact currently. There's no need to do anything more with the classroom work. We have it available. The advantage of a 7 to 12 building is that our junior high students can get a sampling of these opportunities. And then when they move into the secondary level, they can begin to really delve into full-year courses and build those skills. It seems to me that that's got to be our mission as a school district, to provide our kids with opportunities to be competitive. And so when they walk out of Washington, while we want them to obviously begin with a diploma, to have these stackable skills along the lines of 3D routers and things of that nature, and then building into that the graphic design programming that's out there, the CADs and those kinds of things. We think that's a good opportunity for our students. And then if they can get, leverage to get occupation where the employer may be willing to provide some additional supports financially, they can get further education. So these are, we do have some of the machines currently. They're probably 8 to 10 years old. So they're kind of getting out of date and not current. We want our kids to have a good opportunity, candidly, because of our district's financial standing. We're very solid fiscally, but the problem is for us to venture off into some of these kinds of things. I mean, we wouldn't afford to buy a $29,000 router independent of additional monies. We just wouldn't. We want to make sure that we're solvent going into the future, because if we begin to get out of our lane in a sense, I think we put our whole community at risk. And I think we all realize our tax opportunities are diminishing within the community currently, and we need to be cautious about that. So this is something that we thought was a good opportunity. Again, there's no need to be concerned about the classroom structure is already in place. The kids are already taking things. They're just not being able to use the kinds of things that we think would be of benefit to them to be successful. And I went to our teacher and said, look, go out there and reach high. Let's get something we know is going to be of great value. And so this is what they came forward with. And then the other piece, there's one other piece. Our physics teacher was really interested in this data logger piece, which would also fit into the whole STEAM scheme of things. So these are things we can benefit from. Again, to be clear, I listed 5,000 as our contribution, but very candidly, it's just going to be an ongoing contribution on our part. And we will do those things if you provide us the resources to buy these materials. Questions? You have the, I don't know if you have the I have actual quotes and things. I don't know if that's part of your proposal that I was given, but I have all that if you want it, because I want you to be aware we did do our due diligence in terms of being very clear about bids and things of that nature. I can leave that with you if you'd like.
Sure. That's it's pretty straightforward.
It is. It's like I said, it would be a great benefit, but
you bet.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
just wanted to add, thank you for really working hard to do great things for the kids in this community. Because again, as you said, many times it's a community of kids that really don't have a whole heck of a lot. So compared to a lot of other districts, school districts around. So thanks for doing your part.
Well, I appreciate it. We love our kids. They're great kids. We just need to give them the advantage they deserve. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Okay, next is High Spirits Distillery Expansion. C13. Requesting entity is Ramsey Real Estate.
Good morning.
Morning.
I brought handouts for everyone. Thank you.
On time to say.
Okay, good morning. My name is Alex Ramsey. My wife and I, Lena, we own and operate High Spirits, a limited distillery in Burgettstown, Pennsylvania, and also Ramsey Real Estate Company. So we wrote this grant application with the support of the Burgettstown Area Community Development Association, as well as the Burgettstown Borough, asking for funding related to 1608 Main Street, which is the building located directly beside our operating distillery. What we're asking for funding for is to make some critical improvements to the building to help to save it and preserve its historical nature. Making those critical updates would allow our distillery room for a needed expansion. We're very committed to growth and have been doing so since we started back in 2021. And this building is kind of the direct place that makes sense for us to expand to. We're very minded towards preserving some of the historic buildings that the downtown Burgettstown area has to offer, kind of bring them back to their former glory, and give our local community a place to congregate and celebrate and enjoy some local offerings that businesses have to offer. Additionally, we're really working to revitalize the old downtown area of Burgettstown, and think that as we expand and our business grows, it's going to provide a much larger incentive for other businesses to move into the area and invest in that area. The upgrades that we're looking to make involve a new roof on the building. The current roof has some small holes in it, so the building's taking on a little bit of water. We need to get that stopped pretty much immediately. We're looking to upgrade some of the entryways. They're currently made of the old annealed glass, which if broken can be a safety concern. We're looking to create some additional entryways to make the building tie a little closer or a little more fluid with our existing distillery. And we're looking to paint the outside of the building for aesthetics, just to kind of help to bring it back to life. So does anyone have any questions?
Questions?
I'm hoping this picture is an optical illusion because it looks like the Leaning Tower of Pisa.
I'm sorry?
Is it tilting? Is it tilting? I hope it's an optical illusion with the panoramics.
Yeah, it is not tilting. It's the way we had to take the photo to get
Thank you
both.
for, gotcha, okay. I was hoping that wasn't the case, yeah.
Guys, I'm Luke Snatchko, and I'm the mayor of Burgettstown, and I just want to communicate to you what a blessing that Alex and his wife and everybody that's associated with him has been to the borough. They are really the cornerstone of our redevelopment plans for our downtown district. Everything that Alex has done up to this point has been top-notch. Just better than anything that we could even have imagined for our downtown area. And so this project just comes with the full support of the Burgettstown Borough.
Thank you, Luke. I appreciate that.
Very good. Questions?
You mentioned in your timeline that some of these things are needed to be done immediately.
Yes.
Are you able to hold off because of the grant?
So, yeah, so My wife and I are looking to match 25,000. So that immediate spend for us is going to go to the roof, which is the most immediate need. So that'll get us patched and kind of good for the next, year per se. Kind of stop the bleeding, if you will.
And just to give you guys a little bit of a background, this building has been a real problem for us in the past. We've had absent owners, and we're funneling this through the land bank. So this really is a group effort between the county and the borough and the private sector with Alex. So it's just like we have a really good thing going here with this project here in Arkansas.
Can you speak to the process? How close are you to having ownership? It's still not in, you do not have ownership yet, correct?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct. So we've been working through the borough with the Washington County Redevelopment Authority. Right now we're waiting on the current owner to get through the closing proceedings with the Redevelopment Authority. So as soon as that's done, my wife and I have filled out all the appropriate paperwork and submitted to the Redevelopment Authority with an offer for the building for them to take to their hearings.
Yes, we do have an agreement in place between the land bank and Mr. Templeton, who is the current owner. We had to get sewer liens squared away, and that was really the holdup. We would have had this done before the new year, but just getting all the sewer liens and everything squared away kind of put us behind a little bit.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Okay, next is Creek Road landslide, Smith Township. P37. Morning.
Hi, I'm Nicole Rella. I'm with Redcon Engineering. I represent Smith Township, so I'll be presenting on this. It might look a little familiar because we presented on this last year. We just weren't able to get funding for it. So this is Creek Road landslide in Smith Township. A couple years ago, the road started, there was a landslide below the road, as you can tell by the name. So as you can see, it's over here. Smith Township tried stabilizing the area first. They tried going and putting like riprap underneath or whatnot. Didn't really help. They went and they took the steps to go and obtain a geotechnical engineer. So there is a whole design already for this project. It's ready to go. They obtained a geotechnical engineer. They obtained the property that's underneath this for the construction to go and happen. So basically this project, all we need is the funding for it. This landslide happened a couple years ago, and it got worse for the first 2 years. This past year, there was hardly any rain this summer, so it kind of stayed put. But we do believe that within the next couple of years, this landslide will get worse. And once it does get worse, we unfortunately probably have to go and close that road down. So Township is a rural community, as is most of Washington County. But there are people that, even though this is a dirt and gravel road, there are people that live on this road. They use it every day to get to and from work, to and from the highway. So we just need help with some of the funding to make sure this road stays up and stabilized. I have on the other side, and I think it was an attachment to it, kind of like what we're proposing. So it's a soldier pile lagging wall. Very robust wall, but that's what you needed because there's a big slope underneath it, and it would go from about here to here, and this is all where the landslide occurred. So we have all the work done. We just need help with the funding. The only additional thing I have is that we're applying for LSA, and every year we also try for the dirt and gravel road. Every year they come back and say, you were great, you were perfect, but it would just take their entire funds. like the entire dirt and gravel road would just go to this one project. So I'm hoping if we could even get partially funded this year, that might help our chances of getting other grants as well.
So then confirming, your match is not secure. The 150,000 that was dirt and gravel is not.
The dirt and gravel is not secured this year, but we'll apply for it yet again next year.
And the only match you have is what the township is putting in, which I think is 87.5.
Yes, the only match is what the township's putting in, but like I said, we'll try again. At the time that this was put in, we were applying for the dirt and gravel roads. We're like, how do we go and estimate it? Let's assume we're gonna get something from one, something from the other.
Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. I'm also the next presentation.
Oh, okay.
And the next and the next,
Okay.
just so you're aware.
Good. Okay, the next one is Burgettstown parking lot improvements, Burgettstown Borough.
Hello again. So I also help represent Burgettstown Borough and their project. It kind of echoes the project that you just heard 2 ago of downtown revitalization project. There's a parking lot. This is the only public parking lot in Burgettstown Borough, and this is very close to this is in the business district. The Panhandle Trail. This is the Panhandle Trail right there. It's right behind it. And an entrance to the Panhandle Trail is right there. This is overflow parking for it, but Burgettstown Borough owns it. The parking lot's in disrepair. As you can see, there's big potholes, there's cracking, there's no lighting, there's no drainage around there. The retaining wall that's there that kind of holds up the Panhandle Trail doesn't look too great. It's not too great in like a couple other spots. So basically our project is to go and do some parking lot improvements, to go and repave it, to go and put lighting there so that people go and feel safe at night. If you're walking around a dark parking lot, you might not really want to go there too much. So there's lighting, there's parking lot, the actual base improvements. There's some drainage improvements that we're proposing for this area. And like they were talking about before, this area is in a vital area. This parking lot's in a vital spot in Burgettstown Borough. There's all the businesses there. There's Veterans Memorial Park, which Burgettstown's also working to go and revitalize, to go and make it like a central hub for Burgettstown Borough, that there could be concerts there, there could be parades, there could be any public gathering. And this is basically the only spot for people to go and park at. So even though it might just be a parking lot, it is more than that because of its placement, because of the Panhandle Trail, the business district that's growing, the Veterans Park. It's in need of repair.
In speaking with Mr. Thiessen and Mr. Donahue, the Parks and Recreation Department, they informed me that this is the largest parking lot along the Panhandle Trail. And we currently have a media campaign that is promoting Burgettstown, PA as a trailhead for the trail, as a place where people would go for day trips or even overnight trips and use the trail. We're centrally located right in the middle of the Panhandle Trail. And this parking lot, it's going to be the primary parking lot for Heist. We also have Walden's Restaurant, which is there. We have a new restaurant. It's Paradise on the Trail. We also have another bakery and a coffee shop that's coming in that would utilize this within walking distance of this. It's going to be called The Accomplice, and it's going to go along right with Heist there. So we're going to have Heist as the distillery, and then The Accomplice, which is going to be kind of like a bakery, breakfast, coffee area. But anyway, what I'm getting at is this is a very important for our development and for the trail and just for our plans in the future to be a hub of tourism for the Panhandle Trail.
Okay, questions? Okay, thank you.
Perfect, thank you guys.
Thank you.
The next project is Railroad Street Stream Bank Stabilization, Midway Borough, P61. You look familiar.
Yep. So this project's for Midway Borough. This is the Railroad Street Bank Stabilization Project. Basically, right next to Railroad Street, a residential street in Midway, there's a stream. This stream goes and gets a lot of the water from the Panhandle Trail that's right above it. In elevation, it's pretty far above, but it's right behind it. So technically, this area of the stream bank erosion and where the stream bank's falling in and whatnot is owned by the Panhandle Trail. However, Midway Borough has gone and coordinated with the Panhandle Trail. They're aware that we're applying for this. They are accepting of it. They're like, yes, please help us go and fix this project. So this issue is not only an issue for the Panhandle Trail, but also for Midway Borough. The bank is falling into the stream. There's erosion. There's over around here, there used to be another guide rail post. However, the bank just fell away from it. So then we had to go and remove the guide rail post because of all the erosion for it. There's, before the bank was stabilized right here, there's concrete slab poured on place. Just kind of like, they just concreted the whole bank. The water is eroding underneath the concrete, so it's starting to go and like break off and fall into the stream. So this is an environmental issue, it's a stabilization issue. This stream and the erosion, the bank is so close to the residential road that's right there. So we're trying to go and fix this project before it becomes a bigger project. Because we can go and see already the guide rail is falling in. So in the future, we could definitely see the road starting to fall into the stream because of its close proximity to it. So our proposal to go and fix this or whatnot is to do the main engineering work. But it'll be a retaining wall that's right there. The retaining wall will go and help build back up the bank. So now it's like stabilized. We're putting the soil back. It'll go and have, so water can have like something to go and hit it, and then it'll just prevent erosion and everything in the future. We're going to dig it deep enough so it can't underscore it like it was underscoring the current bank stabilization. And yeah, so we're just trying to go and get ahead of this before it becomes a bigger issue. Midway Borough will put in matching funds, they'll organize the project, all of that, and they have the good graces of the Panhandle Trail that they've said, yeah, you can go and do this, since it's kind of like both their problems. So,
Okay.
Do you guys have any
Questions?
other questions regarding it?
I just was wondering, aren't there grants for like streams and creeks and stabilization banks and things like that? I know that there are different entities.
There's some. We're looking into all different avenues, options for it.
Even like the conservation or something like the
Conservation district.
I help with that. Worth investigating.
Yeah, definitely worth investigating that as well. We're open to anything, but we're just trying to do this before it becomes a worse issue.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next project is sewage treatment plant improvements, P4 and, P14, sorry. And it's requesting an Independence Cross Creeks Joint Sewer Authority.
So hello. Independence Cross Creek Joint Sewer Authority is proposing to do some gate improvements as well as sewage treatment plant improvements. It's for a trailer or building on the premises of the sewage treatment plant. So currently they have to go and rent space from in the town. This is not very efficient because if anything goes wrong at the plant, you have to be driving down over. There's no one currently there 9 to 5 every day. We're kind of separated from the plant. So if we were able to go and get the funding to go and have a trailer or building on the premises of the plant, this would go and help with the security, this will help with the efficiency of it. So currently, there's only one full-time personnel in Fenns Cross Creek, and then the operator is part-time. However, Pennsylvania American has announced that they are extending water over to Avella and just the area around there. So it is anticipated that within the next 5-10 years that they'll be getting much more water, sewage to the sewage treatment plant, and so the need to go and have an additional full-time personnel at the plant. So having this trailer or building there will go and help with the safety of it. It'll give everyone a place to go instead of having to go into town and help with the efficiency. The other improvement that we're going and proposing is for an automatic gate opener. Currently, the gate, you have to go, you have to unlock it. In an emergency, you don't have that amount of time. When it's raining, when it's flooding, you don't have the time to go and spend an extra 5 minutes going and opening up a gate because everything is flooding. This is how wastewater works. So the gate opener sounds like a small improvement, but it would have a big impact on Independence Cross Creek Joint Sewer Authority and their efficiency. It also just help if they had someone else that needs to come out there while they can't, if a contractor's coming out there or something. They could just give them the keypad code. So that's what we're proposing. It's just a keypad code, open up the gate, close it behind it. And those basically are two things that we're requesting with this project.
Questions? So you're looking to put a modular facility in here?
Yes, yeah, that's what we're currently looking at. If once we get into like the actual process, something else ends up being cheaper but more effective, because we haven't had the chance to go all the way through because we don't have the funding for it, then we would be open to anything that could have us have a office at the plant. But yeah, right now we're kind of like modular, like trailer or something that's more permanent.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next project is Lincoln National Bank Renovation and Business Incubator Project in Independence Township.
Plans for you guys. You guys are.
Okay. Okay, Greg?
Yep. Sure, I can start out. Good morning. I'd like to introduce David Nuss from RSH Architects. He's worked with our bank project for quite a few years, his company, and handed over to him on the renovations.
Okay, so the Avella Area Community Association is looking to finalize and finish this project. It started about 10 years ago with the purchase of the project, of the building. It's about a 100-year-old bank building down in Avella. The first project was a weatherization, stabilization kind of project. We renovated the exterior, windows, roof. This project, we're looking to basically turn it into a warm white shell. Okay, we're looking to insulate the building, put an HVAC, put some bathrooms in it, basically get to a point that they could turn around, sell the building, get it back on the tax rolls,
stuff like that. So the building is not on the historic, it's not on the historic registry. But the intent would be to try to reuse, most everything is still in the building. Literally, when the building was closed down, they literally locked the doors and just walked away. So there's a lot of nice marble. If you look at the last page, which are interior elevations, we're gonna, reuse the marble that's on the walls, try to bring it back to some sort of, nice historic renovation without overkill, and, getting into the nitty gritty of it. The plans will have, like I said, new HVAC system, new water system, new electrical system. So it'll basically be gutting the interior, redoing it, and, trying to bring the building back.
Basically, that's what we have. We've been here before. We appreciate the monies that the LSA has put into purchasing it when we first initially got it. The second part is that we did get it stabilized so that it can be utilized for the future. And we just wanted to get it done so that it's to Avella, that building is like having the courthouse to Washington. It's there, it's big. And it was, at the time that it was built, it was grandeur and way beyond what it should be. It was built very extravagant. So there are a lot of things in the building that wants to be kept. It's kind of a gateway to our town. And it also helps to accent Meadowcroft, which is right down the road, and keeps the historic blend of the town. And that's important because Avella sits 25 miles from everything, and it needs a type of revitalization to get the town back into use.
The borough owns the building.
Yeah, the township owns the building. It was purchased by the Avella Area Community Association, and they turned it over to the township.
Any questions?
Yeah, question. So you're looking for funding to restore it a bit and fix it up and then sell it to whatever buyer wants to buy it?
Correct. We want to get it.
Use of the community.
Yes. We are limited in the space in the 2 blocks that makes up Avella downtown. And we want to try to get to the point where it's where someone can still use a little bit of their imagination to put something in there for themselves, but the shell will be complete.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next project is North Charleroi Kids Park Rehab, North Charleroi Borough, C24. Oh, okay, thank you.
Good morning. My name is Joe Ducci. I'm North Charleroi Council. Asking for assistance rehabilitating our borough park. Our park has not had any reinvestment in it in over 25 years. Our borough is very tight on funds. We allocate our funds to 2 or 3 teams: paving, police, and personnel. And with personnel, that means vehicles, roads. So we don't have anything left over for these types of things. It's sad to say, but we just ask it for assistance. Site work includes landscaping, which would be ADA compliant. We have several children in our community with special needs, camera upgrades, and so forth out there. Secondly, our borough has over 170 children under the age of 14 within walking distance of this park. A lot of the children in our community don't have access to motorized transportation, so they're limited in their options. These households have inconsistent transport options. What we would do, our borough would include our workers to do demolition of current structures, get the site ready for landscaping and so forth. The use of the LSA funds would hopefully purchase and install our overall playground equipment for the children of our community. Again, as I said, it hasn't had an investment for quite some time. Last time we had some investment, my daughter was 2 years old. She is now a sophomore in college. She made great friends, lifelong friends, in that playground. And I hope that this current generation has the same opportunity. And I thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Questions? Okay, pretty straightforward. Thank you. Okay, next is multi-municipal license plate reader cameras. Chartiers, South Strabane, and Houston. P52.
Thank you, everyone. This is Drew Hill. I'm the Chief of Police from South Strabane Township. I'm Jody Noble, Chartiers Township Manager. We have with us Jeff Ziegler, South Strabane Manager, Frank Wise, Supervisor from Chartiers Township, and Chief of Police Stephen Horvath.
Yes, certainly. We're also joined today by District Attorney Jason Wallace, who's here to support our project. Excellent. Again, Chief Police Drew Hill from South Strabane Township here. History of our project: in 2018, the late Gene Matone created a small network of traffic or intersection cameras throughout Washington County from strategic locations. At that time, we joined approximately 100 agencies from all over Western Pennsylvania, what's become known as the Western Pennsylvania Traffic Camera Network. It took only 2 months for us to see our first major success story in that project in 2018. We apprehended an offender that was skimming credit cards, and it hit locations in South Strabane, North Strabane, Cecil, Peters Township, which presents a problem, for us, interjurisdictional crime like that. But we were able to use those cameras in that network to isolate one vehicle that had been to all those locations, and within days we had an offender apprehended. And at the time, he was in possession of 150 spoof credit cards and more than $25,000 in cash. That would not have happened in that amount of time with the criminal activity we were dealing with. So the success stories have not stopped since then. I've logged 260 investigations in the last 7 years that I've advanced with those cameras in South Strabane. We regularly recover stolen vehicles. The count is at 17 now, just in South Strabane alone. Routinely solve hit and run crashes. Our probably best success story to date is we recovered a stolen vehicle, arrested 2 offenders in that vehicle who were later convicted of a homicide for killing that vehicle owner's, that person somewhere in Allegheny County, I forget, but basically that homicide was solved from the use of our cameras and that network, which again is throughout all of Western Pennsylvania. As the network stands today, 150 plus municipalities, more than 1,200 cameras, and we're a major part of that in South Strabane Township. One of our problems is, of course, we need to grow it, and growth is expensive. With Interstate 70, Interstate 79, it really promotes transient criminals, quick means of ingress and egress, to commit crimes. And we have what we feel is exposure on the 79 corridor on the northwest, part of Washington proper. This proposal, basically gives us the I-79 corridor in that area from the Meadowlands interchange all the way up through Chartiers Township and into Houston Borough and almost to the Canonsburg border, serving at least 4 municipalities there, 5, with North Strabane there next to us as well. And again, joins that network that's all Western Pennsylvania wide. It really is, in my 30 years experience, it's the largest data sharing network, amongst law enforcement. And we're looking to contribute to that. Our project in front of you does have a 15% municipal match. It is funded by all of our 2025 budgets, and that will fully fund the project for 5 years. to that area. So in closing, in law enforcement, particularly in an area of responsibility with 2 interstate highways, information sharing is really one of our most valuable tools, and surveillance. This project brings both of those to us. So we're really looking forward to the opportunity to partner with the LSA and the county in general to continue to promote this project, to grow it, and to increase the public safety really for all of Washington County. And again, 150 plus municipalities, it benefits all of Western Pennsylvania. That's all I have. Questions?
Questions?
Just to add to it, a lot of people don't know this, but all of our tolling cameras on our interstates, the turnpike, they are not allowed to share capturing the license plate of someone who's wanted with local police. And well, I have a bill that's going to change that, but a lot of people don't understand that. So with you guys having this capability to network as far and wide as you do, hopefully soon we'll also have the information from the turnpike.
Yeah, excellent. And I'll add to that as well. It's some people fear, it's kind of a big brother approach to policing. And to be thorough here, our system does not know your name. It takes a picture of your license plate and reads that data and dumps it into a database. A law enforcement officer has to pull that license plate from a picture, go to a criminal justice information service database and check for your name. There's no database out there of your name and where you're traveling. It's just taking a picture of your license plate and feeding that data into a computer for us to access on the back end.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, next is the blower replacement project, Mon Valley Sewage Authority, P7.
Morning.
Morning.
Sean Gaskell, General Manager of Mon Valley Sewage Authority.
And I am Carter Johnson with their engineering firm. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First and foremost, I just wanted to start with a quick thank you to the Redevelopment Authority for a fairly long-standing support of the Mon Valley Sewage Authority and investing in themselves in the past. They have a history of going after some of the LSA opportunities available to them, and have focused a lot of this previous funding on implementing their long-term control plan with mostly new build construction projects, so things like new facilities within their service area. They would like to continue planning on investing in their infrastructure in the future, but would like to focus a portion of that future expenditure on improvements and upgrades to their treatment plant. This 2025 proposal is for the replacement of 3 existing blowers located at their main treatment plant. And these existing blowers are almost 40 years old. They're commensurate with that age, just is to say that they operate very, very inefficiently. Put that into context for you. The authority spends somewhere upwards of $15,000 a month just in their electricity bills alone. Almost 60% of that cost can be attributed solely to operating those existing blowers. So being able to replace these existing blowers with 3 new high-efficiency models would not only help free up some of that money in monthly cost savings that could be reinvested elsewhere into the authority, but it's also going to allow for the overall treatment process at the plant to operate more efficiently, and that means higher quality effluent flows leaving the treatment plant. Higher quality effluent flows lead to higher quality surface waters given some time, and that leads to higher qualities of life of people within that service area. One additional benefit of this project is some current discussions of rate increases for the taxpayers, the ratepayers within the service area. And although the plan is to move forward with this project regardless of whether additional funding is able to be secured or not,
This would really help to offset any future costs that would be dumped onto the ratepayers themselves. So that's everything that I have prepared today, and just wanted to thank you for your time and see if there's any questions.
Okay. Questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next project is Washington County Land Bank Blight Reduction Project. Washington County Land Bank, C32.
Good morning. Rob Phillips with the Redevelopment Authority of Washington County. Appreciate the opportunity to present our project. So it's been a number of years since the land bank was created. It was created in 2016. The commissioners passed an ordinance at that point to create a countywide land bank. And since then, we've done many projects in many municipalities with a lot of success. We have come into the LSA committee. I think the last time we came was 2020. So we were very fortunate that funding round to obtain some funding to assist in our programs. Essentially, the purpose of the land bank is to purchase tax delinquent, dilapidated properties and bring them back to productive use, which is what we do. We have 16 participating municipalities of the 66, which we continue to grow. Just in the last year, 4 additional municipalities have joined. And what that does is just creates more need for more funding for projects that we'd like to undertake. Typically, our main source of purchase is through the Washington County tax sale, the judicial sale. Last sale, we purchased 12 different properties, which is the most we've ever purchased to date in one single tax sale. We have a number of different plans for those properties that we purchased, whether it be demolition, rehab, or demolition and new build. We're actually constructing a new house as we speak in the borough of Canonsburg. Councilman Eric Chandler happens to be in the room. It's in his municipality. That's something we hadn't done previously. As you can imagine, it's much more costly to build a new house than it is to rehab. Again, justifying or establishing the need for additional funds for the program. We have benefited from the county blight funds that have been made available. We would like to leverage those by adding the additional LSA to, again, further our goals and what we can accomplish in the coming years. So I think that's really it that I wanted to state. I'll just open it up for questions.
Any questions?
Appreciate it. I'm just going to stay here, so I'm sure the next one too.
Okay.
You can go invite a couple other gentlemen up with me, though.
Okay, the next project is Washington County Infrastructure Bank, P67.
Okay, so appreciate it. Again, Rob Phillips, Redevelopment Authority. I'm going to have these two guys introduce themselves.
I'm Jeff McKessick with HRG. Nate Rigotti with McNeese Government Relations.
All right, so several months ago, the commissioners acknowledged a need for a new infrastructure subsidy program. And in doing that, reached out to these folks who were essentially consulting on the feasibility of the creation of such a bank in Washington County. The new program essentially will provide low interest loans to public entities countywide for projects like storm sewer, sanitary sewer, water extensions, and transportation projects. Land bank, I got the last one on my brain. Infrastructure banks exist throughout the state. This is not a new concept, but it will be new to the county. So primarily the project selected will support economic development. Again, these will be public entities who will be eligible to apply. It will relieve some of the pressure of these applicants coming in front of you. In turn, they will come to the infrastructure bank rather. So that will be a benefit to the program. Essentially, if we're successful in getting $1 million, it will enable us to leverage that $1 million in borrowing much, much more, in excess of $10 million in one funding round. So I would ask if you guys want to just chime in with any specifics, or rather, maybe we just open it up for questions and you can ask anything that you'd like to answer logistically how the program will work.
Did you say low interest or no interest?
Low.
Low.
Reduced rates.
So this funding would specifically be for the county to subsidize the interest rate. So municipalities would go out, municipal authorities for water projects, sewage, stormwater, roads, bridges, go out together for a loan. The county would subsidize that interest rate. Counties across the state do it differently, some at 1.75, one at 1.5, bring that rate down. Right now, the Pennsylvania State Infrastructure Bank is half of the prime rate. So that prime rate right now is 7.5, I think, would bring that down. This program, the last time we did the last round last year in Fayette County, ended up being lower than what that half of prime rate is because the county is subsidizing that interest rate by whatever the program guidelines would set up. So in this program, the county has the flexibility to make it a 5-year, 10-year, 15, 20-year loan. And how the number that you would subsidize it for would also be selected by the county. You use the county's credit to go out. The county guarantees the loan when they go out to the bank, but it helps these municipalities and municipal authorities also get better interest rates because you're using the county's financial backing rather than their own. And the county's on better financial grounds and has more funding than some of these municipalities do. So it's really a tool, number one for the municipalities to expand their infrastructure, but it also is a tool for economic development to be able to expand that stormwater, sewer, water infrastructure, the areas that need upgrades or don't have it right now.
Yeah, and I'd just like to just add that this program would mirror other programs within other counties like Fayette County, Butler County, Dauphin County, and Venango County are the other counties that have infrastructure banks across the Commonwealth.
So what happens if a big reason why a lot of these municipalities come to the LSA is because they can't afford the cost of whatever upgrade or, especially sewage or water and things like that. What happens when they can't pay it back?
The county is guaranteeing that loan to the bank. So in all of our programs that we have now in the other counties, no municipality has been able to not pay. That does not mean it's not possible, but we've not had that happen anywhere else. But if they would not be able to pay, the county is the one who would be responsible for that loan since they are backing that loan to the bank.
You mentioned a bunch of these other counties. So how long, what's the oldest relationship there's been? What counties had the longest relationship with this?
Dauphin County started back in 2017, and they had left over, I'm sorry.
2007.
Oh, 2007, sorry, wrong number. They started with extra liquid fuels money. They had leftover liquid fuels. They had no deficient bridges. They had a couple $100,000 that they did not know how to spend, and they created this program. Since then, it's expanded. Dauphin County uses their gaming funds to fund this program, and then because it's not liquid fuels, we're able to expand it to stormwater, water, sewage, and such. But it originally started because they had extra liquid fuels and no deficient bridges within the county.
And then Butler County was the second county to get into the program, and they started theirs in 2018.
And so who holds the account? Would it be the Redevelopment Authority of Washington County? This would just be another account that they would manage?
When you say account, you mean the actual?
Yeah, the money to bank. Yeah.
County role.
Right, well, the redevelopment.
Our redevelopment authority would be the administrator of the program on their behalf, essentially.
So the money would remain in Washington County?
100%.
Oh.
Yes.
So who uses this the most? When you take a look at the results, are they smaller municipalities that are starved for resources, or are they bigger municipalities? I mean, what's
Kind of a combination of both. In some of the rural communities, it's the smaller ones. I mean, that's the benefit of bundling this together is the borrowing and the closing costs are a lot less. But we've seen larger authorities come in for larger projects as well too. So I hate to give that kind of answer, but it's a combination of both we've seen.
and the criteria? I assume there's some criteria built. Who's first?
Yeah, so there would be a review board similar to the one you're sitting on to review these applications. We would advertise a funding round. We would do outreach to the municipalities and sewer authorities and those type of folks. to get the word out. And then we would have an actual due date that these applications would come in, and a review committee would go through them and determine who's worthy of being funded.
And to answer your question, we've had townships in Butler like Cranberry borrow, and we've had Brownsville Borough and Fayette County borrow. It really depends on the project. This money can also be used as match. So let's say you get $1 million in sewage money from Congressman Reschenthaler's federal appropriation. That also requires a 20% match. You could come to the bank for the $200,000 you need, borrow from the bank, and be able to match that grant. So it's a tool for some of those rural, more impoverished communities that don't have $200,000 sitting. But it's also a tool for economic development with a township that's just looking for a little bit of a boost to build out their infrastructure.
Who would determine who's on the committee to decide?
Commissioners ultimately.
Sorry?
County commissioners ultimately would.
My question is, how long will this $1 million last? How often do you plan to come back to this board?
It's a good question. So it all depends on interest, how many folks we have applying. Essentially, this first $1 million, if we're successful, could fund one $10 million round. So one 10-year, $10 million round. If we don't get as many, it may fund 2 rounds. But until we actually put it out on the street and see what interest we have, I couldn't say.
The next question is this your intent to keep water and sewer projects or infrastructure projects out of this LSA? Can they still apply for both?
There's nothing in the guidelines that says they can't currently.
I'd like to make sure that stays there, because we do have some very poor townships that,
Sure.
the loan is great, but it doesn't beat free money.
Okay, questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next is the Washington Cemetery Road, P65.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Debbie. My name is Debbie Stevenson, and this is the superintendent of the Washington Cemetery, Kevin Scott. And we're here today representing the Washington Cemetery that's over 150 years old and is the largest non-for-profit traditional all-faith cemetery in North Franklin Township overlooking the city of Washington. We are asking for the sum of $373,149, with $70,000, of this would be our share. We have 245 acres, 4 mausoleums, a veterans and Civil War section, and our own crematorium. And we have performed over 47,000 burials. As most of you know, traditional burials are not as popular in the past as cremations have become the normal. So income is not the same as it used to be for all cemeteries. Thus the application for the grant to help with the cost of this project. We have over 7 miles of roadway that run through our grounds, which is at the present time, our need is to provide and maintain the safety and accessibility as well as the appearance of our cemetery. We also have 4 miles of water lines for lot owner convenience along this road. The project is for 9 areas of replacement, not repair, which has not been done in over 20 plus years and will impact all that work there or come there to visit a loved one, find placement for a loved one, or a future family plot. And our community neighbors, which are great, choose to walk there, jog there, stroll with their kids, ride bikes. And this is a safe community area that's user-friendly with handicapped accessibility. So some just come there for the tranquility and soak it all in, as the view is amazing, as we take great pride in our facility.
Good morning. I'm not going to go over again what Debbie has just explained and told you. The only thing I would just thank you for this opportunity. We've never, as a cemetery, tried to apply for anything like this prior. We are not tax funded by anyone. We strictly make all our money on our own. It's strictly from burials, and that has been declining over the years. The reason for that being, we have more and more cremation burials than we've ever had. Traditional burials are becoming a thing of the past. Last year alone, we did 315 burials. And out of those 315 burials, 153 of those were cremation burials. So your income level from the cremation burial versus traditional is a very, very large difference. You're talking $1,000 per burial difference. So our income is not there as what it used to be. Again, we don't receive any tax money. We're not funded by the county or anyone else like people think we are. We do that all on our own. We have our wages are roughly around $500,000 a year. Our operating costs are nearly the same. It takes a lot of people to operate the cemetery, and we do it with a lot less people than people can imagine. Right now, I have 4 people working today trying to plow roads and at the same time get ready for 2 burials that are going on today. So we're very stretched, and we're doing everything we can to cut our cost. These roads haven't been done or repaired. It's been the late 1980s, early 1990s since anything's been done with them. We do have a lot of people walk there. We have a lot of people visit there. Over a year's time, we probably have 50 to 100,000 cars on any given year come through the cemetery, along with any other extra vehicles coming in for services, which last year we did about 315 services. Those 315, like I said, 153 were cremation. Probably about 40 or 50 of those were entombments into the mausoleum. So our ground burials, again, are not what they used to be. That's pretty much everything that I can add to that. If anyone has any questions, we'd be happy to answer.
Questions? It's pretty straightforward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next is Briar Cliff Pollutant Reduction Floodplain Restoration Project, Peters Township, P31.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for your time. I prepared my remarks to make sure I hit my time limit here. So as part of the DEP's MS4 requirements, Peters Township is charged with reducing sediment and harmful chemicals and waterways throughout the community. All municipalities are charged with this as well. This pollutant reduction plan, or PRP, is a requirement that must be accomplished. And Peters Township has identified Brush Run Creek as an ideal project where large amounts of pollutants can be removed, and thus helping the township adhere to the Commonwealth's mandate. So to do this, the township has planned a large-scale project to restore part of the creek and its surrounding area. This will take place in a piece of township-owned property in the Briar Cliff neighborhood and located near the intersection of Bebout Road and Valley Brook Road near the new roundabout. The township plans to clean up old built-up sediment, reshape about 950 linear feet of creek and 400 feet of smaller streams and reconnect them to their historic waterways. We intend to do this by removing sediment, realigning the streams into a more stable configuration, installing erosion prevention, and creating new pockets of wetlands. This kind of work is a proven way to improve water quality based on the state guidelines and thus meet our mandates. And the good news here is that the project is already fully designed and ready to go. It is a shovel-ready project. All the necessary approvals and permits have been secured, and all the engineering work for this project has already been completed and paid for by the township. Once the project is done, it's expected to remove over 200,000 pounds of sediment and 100 pounds of phosphorus out of the creek every year. This will meet the state's requirements and help improve water quality, not just in Peters Township, but downstream as well, with the ultimate goal of cleaner water in Brush Run flowing to Chartiers Creek and then ultimately to the Ohio River. At the time of the application, this project is expected or estimated to cost just under $1 million. We fully expect that price to increase in 2025 with the cost of materials. But that being said, we're asking for $500,000 of LSA funds, and we will provide the remaining funds with township matched funding. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Questions?
It is permitted, yes, it's ready to go.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you so much for your time. Good luck today.
Next is Trinity Community Innovative Technology Advancements and Vocational Career Enhancement. Trinity Area School District, J4. What's that? Yeah. We're ahead again.
Okay.
Okay, very good. Yeah, we thought we were looking for other issues.
So last year, I presented on two different days. And the first day, they had that poster thing up here. So the second day, I didn't bring my license truck. Mr. Sanders was gone, threw me all off his show. It's like, excuse me, can you hold this? So when I left yesterday, I asked.
Yeah.
I just noticed the clock. Yes.
Are you
Is that
under 5
new?
minutes?
I really am just kind of winging it. But just watch these and you'll see that they hit a point. I mean, how you doing, sir? Good to see you.
So,
I saw a surveyor down at General Woodcrafting yesterday, day before, something like that. That's good. Yeah. What if it doesn't help? I had reason to talk. From General Woodcrafting. Did you? So I was at his new showroom down in Lawrence. He was under the impression they were mediate the land also and rebuild or something. It's just plain. It'd be nice if they could make that parking area for the VFW. It's not cheap. What's gonna happen? I think the VFW is already inquired. Really?
But if I hit a muscle,
7-Eleven is at a very, from what I was told, very high level right now as far as what they're going to do, because VFW is also interested in that. They couldn't make it to decision makers.
is it awful?
It hurts.
They told me I could do it and not do my shots, but it's like one on each. But I just
No, I'm very procedural. I have my outfit. Case, oh my gosh.
yeah, I just no waves, nothing, just done deal.
Yeah.
Almost like a line she's there.
Yeah. I kissed her that time.
Yeah, the sheets of the BP is Randy Stinger's property. Randy Stinger is the piece that he's ready to work. So they got Randy, and Randy's like, gives him three.
Because I hate shots. So like my anxiety is just
That's what they're laughing at. They're like, look at that in this vulnerable position. Yeah, their own kids. Big event in the Euro house. For sure.
Yeah, that's goodness.
Yeah.
Things, if you make a model, then you can go take it for my program.
It isn't amazing.
It is.
Brandon showed me what you can do.
It is. And then I said, yeah, metal shop, that.
Plus, the problem that they ran into, they were going to improve themselves.
Make what?
They can code. They were told.
101, it's in the left.
Okay, we're going to get back on track here and get started. We appreciate your patience. I think I announced this already, but Trinity Community Innovation, Innovative Technology Advancements and Vocational Career Enhancement. Trinity. Okay. So my kids went to school. Okay, nice to have you.
Thank you for having us, appreciate it. My name is Craig Yorm, Assistant Superintendent of Trinity area. Just kind of want to talk about what we're looking to do here in the next coming school year. A lot of this revolves around our precision production program that we're looking to implement at Trinity, just kind of add to our career pathways and programs. As we continue to look to improve and increase the programs within Trinity, we also look to offer more outside options for community members to come in and take part in our night and evening classes. This past fall, we had over 120 people sign up for our fall courses that took part in the evening at Trinity, which was great because we were able to take those individuals, put them in the areas that they were interested in, and they were able to work with our teachers and get some of the industry experience that our kids are getting during the school day. So I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Demore, and she can talk a little bit about our vision here.
Hi, nice to be here. Thank you for having us. I'm the Director of Curriculum and Instruction for Trinity area. And something that I've come to learn is that as community leaders, I mean, we have many goals, but our collective goal really is to nurture and sustain a productive citizenry. And when our community members are fully equipped to live in an ever-changing global technology-driven society, our entire community thrives. So our collective cause is workforce development, and we're really hoping to continue our partnership with all of you to accomplish that collective goal, because we really can do more together than we ever can alone. To solve the complex problems that are plaguing our community, we need to collaborate, and we need to give our students and community members these opportunities to develop their problem-solving skills, creativity, and work with some of the digital tools and resources that we've been able to provide, largely because of your generosity. Our adult classes in the evening have been consistently full, and those in attendance have reported that it's just been such a positive experience, overwhelmingly positive, unanimously positive. So both our student and adult learners are grateful for this chance to learn via an integrated approach with a focus on problem solving. And, you know, as teachers and students partner in the classroom to do real work, that's what we're hoping to be able to do with all of you, to partner to do real work. Because when that happens, our communities thrive. I'm going to turn it back to Mr. Yoram, and he's going to talk a little bit about the specific resources that we hope to be able to purchase.
So with this, and hopefully continue to partner within this goal of Trinity Area School District, what we're looking to do is get around approximately $84,000 from the LSA to bolster the career and technical programming for both students and adults. What we're looking at right now, Trinity is ready and willing to devote approximately $125,000 to this, this next endeavor that we're looking to move forward with. As I mentioned earlier, we currently have 9 state-approved career and technical programs at Trinity that benefit our kids, and like we said, also benefit the adults in the evening with the evening courses. This is going to look to build upon the precision and production program that we're looking to add at Trinity. A couple of things we're looking to add. One for a current program in our power motorsports, a dynamometer that I've worked on saying for probably the past 3 days. Thank you.
You did a nice job.
That's an item that the kids would use in the power motorsports to measure different force, torque, and power with small engines that our kids work with in the power motorsports and vocational agriculture mechanization program. A crucible forge we're looking for to add that to our repertoire of things within the manufacturing, precision, and production program. And then another thing that we're looking to add is recently we purchased a Tormach. We're looking to take another step forward and do it's a CNC lathe for our precision and production program as well. That tool would be used just to manufacture different items with cutting and different programs. So we hope that your generosity continues, but we do appreciate everything you've done for not only our kids at Trinity, but also the community. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Questions?
Of those, if we had to prioritize, which one would you prioritize?
Let's say the CNC lathe. I think that's we're going to be able to get more kids' hands on an item like that just from not only the programs, but a lot of our kids take elective courses also at Trinity, and we can fuse that into those courses as well.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Thank
Thanks.
you.
Have a good day.
And next is Burgettstown Health Center Water Systems Improvements Projects, P25. So requesting entity is Cornerstone Care.
Good morning. My name is Rich Reinhardt, Chief Executive of Cornerstone Care. Cornerstone Care is a nonprofit community health center. We have a network of about 12 centers. We've been doing some consolidation in recent times. But throughout southwestern Pennsylvania, we serve about 22,000 patients each year. One of our oldest sites is the Burgettstown, what we call the Burgettstown site, which is actually between Atlasburg and Hickory on 18. And one of the odd aspects of our site there is that though government considers it in the metropolitan statistical area of Pittsburgh, therefore not rural, it is our most rural site because we do not have water, we don't have city water, we don't have sewage there. So we've relied on well water since the inception, which was about 1978. The center was started by a group of citizens. Cornerstone Care took it over in the mid-90s. And since that time, we discovered that the well water has a higher content of fluoride, which is ironic because most rural water supplies do not have fluoride. It's actually 1 part per million over the state limit, but 1 part per million below the federal limit. And for years, we just got by with the DEP requiring us to post a sign saying that the content of the fluoride was high. Did not seem dangerous, but we have provided basically bottled water for all those years for people to drink. Around 2019, just before the pandemic hit, DEP began to lean on us and say that we had to remedy this fluoride situation in the water. And our first go at it was they suggested we drill a new well. We did, and that did not result in any different in the water. So we kind of dragged it along for a while. They took us to court, and basically where we are now is that we have agreed to install a water filtration system, specifically a reverse osmosis system. That requires equipment, but it also requires holding tanks because those filters have to be flushed, and then the water is collected in the holding tanks, and we have to haul that off. So we, like I'm sure most people have heard in healthcare, has been a bit of a challenge in recent years after the pandemic. Cost of our workforce has gone up. Payments have remained the same. So we have an extremely tight budget, very, very low margins. In fact, we're projected to have a loss this year. We're just trying to hold on to the services. We provide services there at that center to about 4,400 citizens of Northwest Washington County. We provide dental services, medical services, primary health care, and mental health services, dental services, I think I mentioned. About 11,000 visits last year. So we're just asking for help to purchase and install the reverse osmosis system. And phase 2 will be, since we had to install, we drilled that well. That well is a much better well with much better casing. We'd like to, in phase 2, be able to hook that to our water system. So we've asked for about $96,000.
Questions? Okay, thank you.
All right, well, thank you.
Next is McBurney Road Flood Mitigation Project, Canonsburg Borough. P47.
Good morning. Good to see all of you. So we have back-to-back applications, I believe, so I'll speak to the first one, which is the McBurney Flood Mitigation Project that's on the table in front of you now. The issue there has been just going on for years. I'm going to read quickly from a statement of one of our business owners down there. As long as I've lived in Canonsburg, this has been an issue. It's been recognized by everybody in that corridor of businesses as a very problematic area for flooding. And so I'll start by saying that we do desperately need some help in trying to fix this once and for all. It's been band-aided for several years, but current weather patterns has caused it to cause more and more damage as we go forward each and every year. So currently, I believe the borough, and we have some support from Chartiers Township, but I believe that the borough has a responsibility for both the health and the safety of that business corridor. That has been repeated by the efforts in many of the businesses in their support letter for this project. You have the need as represented in the project application, but I just want to read real quickly from it that says, the area shares a border with Chartiers Township, contains 7 homes, a shopping area with businesses, a warehouse that are impacted. In the application, it describes those businesses as, I believe, being 9 businesses in the strip plaza that's in that corridor on the west end of Canonsburg. We refer to it as the McBurney corridor. So these businesses also incur expenses for cleanup on their property repeatedly. I wanted to also mention and read a bit from one of the major businesses in that area. It's called Control Climate, now called Metro Heating and Air Conditioning, a rather large endeavor there. As many of you are aware, several businesses along West Pike Street were flooded the evening of April 11th, 2024. The source of the flooding has come from the creek at McBurney Drive. It goes on to talk specifics about that flooding, but it also says that this has been going on. The most memorable was in 2004. If you guys recall, that was when Ivan came through the area. Ivan did a lot of damage in that area. We did some Band-Aids, we did some remediation at that point, and it helped the situation. It happened again in 2013, and then again last year in 2024. So we've had 3 major flooding episodes in that area that we feel can be prevented in the future. There's a very detailed plan, a very engineered out plan, ready to go plan. The borough has committed $90,000 of its own funding to help support that engineering and help support that project. It's a shared municipal support. Chartiers Township shares some of the acreage around that area, so they've given us a letter of support. They have not committed a financial support for that. So this looks like a problem that Canonsburg will need to resolve itself because we are downstream of the Chartiers Township end of this corridor. Our current budget does not support the effort, which I believe is well over $500,000, $648,000 or so. The Canonsburg Borough budget does support a $90,000 commitment. We have resolved to provide that funding out of our current budget, and you'll see the letter of that resolution in the packet. So the borough is prepared to put its own skin in the game and help provide this fix that is desperately needed. I see I only have a minute left, so I will offer any answer to any questions that you might have.
Any questions?
Is this something that you can do with a phasing it or a partial?
I think the attempt at phasing it was in 2003, again in 2013. So we have, and again in 2024, we've done what we can do on a Band-Aid basis, right? But it just seems to be recurring about every 10 years or so. So there has been, we have cleaned the creek bed in that area. We have added more drops to our streets. We have done remediation to the berms of the road. So we continue to try and make improvements, and they've helped. I mean, we're not getting a repeat of the episodes every 2 or 3 or 5 years. DEP refers to flood zones as 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, 25 years. So we're at that phase where it's pretty much documented now that every 10 years we're getting hit with pretty substantial damage to these businesses, which is on them. I mean, they're providing their own remediation to the damages that they have. But it is a situation where these businesses are suffering damages and there's a fix. It's just that it's a financial burden for us to fix it on our own. Yes, we could try phasing it, yes.
Okay, other questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, so the next project is Pike Street Crosswalks, Project Crosswalks, Eric Chandler, Canonsburg Borough Council. And today, we're asking for LSA funds to fund the crosswalks. Currently, we have 2 crosswalks in front of the senior center, and the second one is in front of Rusty Gold. And since 2020, Canonsburg has gone through a redevelopment phase where since 2020 to 2023, we've opened up 26 new businesses. Buildings have been bought, rehabbed, and we continue our efforts collectively as we redevelop in Canonsburg. And to add to, so what's it causing? It's causing an increase in pedestrian traffic, which is, I think it's a great thing, right? Walkability. However, we're cautioned to some safety because of the crosswalks are actually outdated. Quite frankly, the crosswalks were never permitted. We have permitting from PennDOT for the 2 existing crosswalks as well as the proposed new crosswalk, which will be up where the Canonsburg Post Office is, UP Church parking lot. Individuals will be able to park in the parking lot, cross the street, and everyone frequents Chico Vasello, which is in the building that Arc Human Services now owns. So that's our goal today. That's what this project is all about. What questions do you have? Yes.
Is this something that you can face? Is it something, you know, and you also, you have 2 projects, so what's your priority?
Yes. So as in terms of phasing, I would per PennDOT, the goal is really to get the crosswalks up to speed in terms of, so the answer is no. To phase it, no. Yeah, all 3, correct.
And this is your #1 priority over the first project?
Over the flooding, we're gonna fight over that, right?
Yeah, I know. Well, I think, yeah.
I think they're both extremely important.
Yeah, I think
to
they're,
us,
yeah.
yes. So maybe phasing is kind of one of those things that would help in that endeavor to they're both very critical safety and health issues.
Yes.
So as far as the crosswalk, so you need to have all 3 of them at the same time? Is that what I'm hearing? Is you're saying that there's a regulation that's being violated and you have to change them? What are we?
So no, per PennDOT wants us to actually upgrade the 2, and then if any phase, we can wait on the third crosswalk. However, earlier last year there was a pedestrian that was hit because of lighting and things like that. So that's why we really want to do all 3 at one time.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, next is composite sampler procurement and replacement project, Star Lake Force Main Manhole Installation Project. Well, that's a mouthful. Hanover Township Sewer Authority, P9.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, so hi, my name is Caroline. I'm with Gannett Fleming on behalf of Hanover Township Sewer Authority. So the project that the authority applied for is twofold. The first being for the replacement of a composite sampler, and the second being for a manhole installation on their force main. So the first part of the project, the authority is requesting funding to replace a 13-year-old composite sampler, which is reaching the end of its useful life. This is a critical piece of equipment that collects effluent samples to maintain compliance with the facility's NPDES permit. The requested portable composite sampler would assist the authority in identifying illicit discharges in the system, which can create hazardous conditions, damages, or obstructions that would inhibit the use of the system as designed. So replacement of this equipment would provide the authority with a reliable means of identifying these illicit discharges in order to properly maintain their system and maintain compliance with their permit. So that's the first half of the project. The second half of the project entails the installation of a new manhole on the force main that conveys wastewater from the Star Lake Amphitheater to the authority's interceptor main. So the length and significant change in elevation make it difficult to monitor the force main. So the installation of a new manhole at the low point of the force main would allow for camera inspection and flushing in areas that cannot currently be accessed. And the new manhole will allow for proper maintenance and reliable monitoring of potential issues that might further impact Star Lake's business. So, if you have anything to add, but
Okay.
have any questions?
Questions? Questions? Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, next is Clark Road Bridge Replacement Project, Buffalo Township, P35.
Thank you so much for having us. I have a couple of projects to present to you today, so I'll be up here quite a bit. But especially for this project and also for a bunch of the projects that I'll be presenting today, I really want to encourage you all to please give careful consideration to some of our more rural projects that I will present today, but also that have been presented by many others. I truly believe, working with a lot of these different municipalities, that if we're going to plan and encourage this rapid growth that we'd all like to see, we got to make sure that even the more rural areas are ready to accommodate this growth and are also welcoming to that growth. As you'll see, this for Buffalo Township, a relatively small rural area, received an overwhelming number of letters of support that I hope made it into your packet. And that should really speak to the fact that just because it's rural doesn't mean it doesn't have support. It doesn't mean it won't impact a lot of citizens' lives. So I'm Terry Carroll. I'm with Harshman CE Group, presenting for Buffalo Township today. From their engineering firm. They're requesting $117,200 and providing $29,300 in match for a bridge replacement project on Clark Road. I think it's worth mentioning that this small rural municipality has been going after funding left and right for this project. It's something that's extremely important because it connects the township with Route 40 and Route 221, and of course that access is incredibly important in rural areas. We need to be able to move people around these rural areas because that's what makes it an exciting and habitable place to live. They've gone after state LSA, local LSA, multimodal, and just haven't gotten the funding for it. So this is our really last-ditch effort that we need this vital funding. The Township Comprehensive Plan even identified Clark Road as a priority asset within the township because of its role in connecting citizens to these major highways. And a traffic accident a couple years ago caused a major failure of the bridge. As you can see, the head wall abutment that's its current state, and it has been. It's dangerous, but the township needs help to fund this repair. Until funding can be obtained on their own, unfortunately, the bridge may have to be closed, which is going to cut off not only that important access to 40 and 221, but is also going to obviously impede access for emergency vehicles and emergency responders, which is of utmost concern. The new bridge that will be put in will be improved as well. It'll be wider. It'll be obviously structurally more sound, but will be designed with the idea to be safer for those emergency vehicles, to be safer for regular vehicular traffic, but also will promote wider shoulders for easier access of multimodal forms of transportation, cyclists, runners, things like that. So, please give this project consideration.
That's at stake today.
Pictures worth 1,000 words on that one, huh?
I mean, it's blocked off, I assume.
It's blocked off, yes.
I mean, it's sort of hard to tell, but you can tell by the bridge, no one's gone across the bridge.
So no, the bridge is being used.
Oh my.
There's barricades up that help to block off the abutment there that had fallen, but the bridge is in use. There's not good alternate.
Time the alternate routes, any time the detours?
I don't have that written down. I know that the township has said that it is not, there's no real easy detour there. I don't have it.
And proximity for these residents that are on either side of the bridge or the closest fire department, EMS, police.
I don't have that stat, but I can follow.
Okay, any other questions? Thank you very much.
I'm also next.
Oh.
Okay. Wait, I can go walk around if you want.
That's okay. How many do we have you for?
4. I have 4, then a break, and then 4 more. Canton Township.
Canton Township Miller Road Culvert Replacement Project, P48.
It's good trust.
I know.
No.
Yeah, it's not good.
All right, so next up we have Canton Township again, still Terry Carroll from Harsh and CE Group representing Canton Township. I have the manager, Stephanie, here with me today. So we're asking for $170,050 and for the culvert replacement project of 5 different culverts on Miller Road. So this is a really interesting project because not only will this project in itself impact how the flooding of this area, because water to pass through, these culverts efficiently, which it is most certainly not doing right now. I can tell you again, but I'm sure you've heard already, what these flooding, if we have blocked culverts, the water backs up, it degrades the road, it degrades properties, all sorts of things like that. But this is piece of a much larger project, which is really cool. So this project is proposed to happen on Log Pile Run, which is a creek that has been undergoing a lot of different remediation efforts thanks to the township. So completing this portion of this project will create a case study for large scale stream restoration and flood mitigation projects and what that can really look like. So downstream of this project, the township is completing its MS4 required stream restoration project funded by the township and Growing Greener funds. And the upper portion of this has undergone drainage improvement projects, which was funded by redevelopment funds. So this is kind of the last piece in the middle that will really create a watershed-wide restoration project that will reduce flooding, that is increasing water quality, and of course, increasing the travelability and things like that on this road. Another really important thing that I want to call out for this project is just how much the township is putting into it. So this is, phase 3, if you will, of a 3-phase project that phase 1 and 2 have already been completed. We're asking for just $170,000. The township is matching $100,000 from their liquid fuels, and they're doing all of the work. So all we're applying for is the materials. So that $100,000 is just the cash portion. We didn't even calculate all of the material and labor labor that's going into it and the use of the trucks. So the township is putting a lot into this. This is something that needs to be completed for this holistic project to be done, and it really is just that last little piece of gap funding that's needed to get us over the finish line.
So your maintenance crews, do you have maintenance crews who will do this work?
Yes.
Like you have the backhoes, so you purchase
We already do our own paving.
Gotcha. So materials only.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. All right. Any other questions? Thank you. Next is Catfish Creek Tributary Stream Restoration Project, East Washington Borough.
I'm gonna take it back.
Sure.
Hi, everybody, how are you today?
Yeah.
It looks like I got here just in time. I'm Melissa Broderick, and I'm representing East Washington Borough, and we are doing a Catfish Creek Tributary Stream Restoration Project. So we are seeking funding for our MS4 project. The goal of our MS4 project is to address stormwater runoff by reducing sediment in our waterways, promoting environmental stewardship, and aligning with the borough's pollution reduction plan and DEP requirements. So we already started this plan. We put $100,000 in it already, and we're looking to finalize the rest of it. The permits are being finalized, and this project will be shovel-ready soon. The borough has invested over $100,000 into the design and permitting of this project, and we're now seeking the additional funding for the construction phase. We will complete 530 feet of stream bank and floodplain restoration, and we will install a rain garden. And the rain garden is a really big part of this because it'll be a community space that we have that we don't currently have. It will also provide an ecological aspect that we don't currently have. This project will happen along an unnamed tributary to Catfish Creek, which flows into the Chartiers Creek in the Washington County watershed and Upper Ohio River watershed. It is a project with local impact, but national impact too. So it goes all the way down locally to the Mississippi. This project will improve the water quality, enhance stormwater management and flood mitigation, increase stormwater storage capacity, reduce sediment clogs in the stormwater storage system, support pollinators, birds, and other wildlife by offering sustenance, shelter, and nesting areas, while also cultivating plants, provide recreational opportunities for people in the borough. Do you guys have any questions?
Questions?
So you said that there's been $100,000 put into it already. Your other funds have $26,000 listed. So are you still asking for the $236,250, or is that number decreased now?
That is still our remaining balance on the project.
Your match has gone up to $100,000 instead of $26,000.
Yeah, so that match was for that specific on there, but we already put $100,000 into the project. So we put $100,000. We were saying if we got the grant, we would match another 26.
In the design.
In the design, I got you. Yeah, does that make sense?
Mhm.
But we would take anything. I was just saying, we would take any amount of funds to help with our MS4 project. So.
Okay.
All right. Thank you for your
Yeah,
consideration.
thank you. Okay, next is North Street Bridge Replacement Project. Robinson Township. 55.
I'm here with another bridge project. So Robinson Township is seeking $189,237 and providing $81,105 in match, plus all of the engineering and design work that has already gone into this project. This project will replace a deteriorated and structurally unsound North Street Bridge in Robinson Township. There are many citizens living on North Street that are going to directly benefit from this project, of course. But there is also, North Street also serves as a crucial transportation link between the populated McDonald area to the critical infrastructure and highways of the north. So while this is a substantially less rural project, this road does still serve as a corridor for population centers and our critical highways. This replacement project also is going to offer the opportunity to widen the bridge, to enable safer travel for emergency services, to encourage more forms of multimodal transportation and safety. And the township, as I said, has already made significant investments toward this project and continues to offer that additional cash match towards the actual construction phase that's mentioned in the application. Although this does have alternate routes that are a little more readily available, there's still a lot of individuals that live on that road, that this is a highly used, highly trafficked road. So replacing this project, and again, this little bit of funding to get us over that, over this hump, we'll get that to completion.
Questions? So the total replacement's 270. So that's the, okay. Looks like it'll be a lot more than that.
And then,
To put a bridge, to put a new bridge in.
so it will be, it is suggested that it's a prefabricated aluminum box culvert that's gonna go in, which is going to keep that cost low. Slightly different bridge structure, but that's the current estimate.
Thank you very much. And next is Washington Park Amenities Rehab Project, City of Washington.
Just
Surprise, not a bridge.
The bridges is important.
None that we're worried about here. All right, so today, still Terry Carroll, still representing Heart and Sea Group, but today, or this time specifically for Washington Park for the City of Washington. So this is a really big project that's been broken down into a bunch of pieces, and I'm really excited to say that we've already got a nice big chunk of funding from state LSA for. The city is willing to put up a bunch of match funds for it. The city is willing to put up a bunch of in-kind labor and in-kind material contributions and things like that. So this is, the piece to get us over the finish line. They're requesting $348,000 and are providing over $200,000 in match funding. And the elements of this project include the Stone Pavilion, the Kiwanis Pavilion, Shelter One, and the tennis and pickleball courts. Now, while this seems sort of ad hoc and probably like, why is this too big of a project? Like a lot of different things in this project, right? The idea of grouping these all together is because these are the little things that need to be done, relatively little things that need to be done for each of these pavilions and the pickleball courts, which are big major revenue sources for City Park. So what we're trying to do is get all of these sources of revenue up to snuff so that not only are they accessible to people to rent out, they're what people want to rent. People keep coming here and renting the Stone Pavilion for their weddings and their family gatherings. But also it keeps that revenue source coming for the City of Washington, or the park specifically, so that they can continue with the upkeep, they can continue to make improvements and continue to maintenance it and keep it as we know and love it. So the state LSA has already given us $184,500 towards this project, but unfortunately has been turned down by county tourism, which is something that we tried to pursue due to the Stone Pavilion being such a tourist, center there. The Stone Pavilion, what will happen there is some restroom renovations need to happen. There's just some functionality issues with the water because it's on top of the hill. And also the flooring of the Stone Pavilion has been repaired sort of ad hoc over the years, but it's just not safe. It's a hazard. It's a tripping hazard. And that's something that we want people to be able to feel comfortable hosting their weddings at, hosting family gatherings, and it's getting dangerous for grandma. So we need to fix that. Additionally, the Kiwanis Pavilion, which is another rental opportunity, smaller pavilion for gatherings, needs a new roof and the retaining wall needs to be repaired behind it. Shelter One is so close to the finish line. We just need some plumbing to be finished in there, and then the park staff is going to finish closing that in so that can become a rental pavilion where it was not a rental pavilion before. And then the tennis and pickleball courts, obviously big thing right now. Lots of people coming to the park, lots of courts or leagues, thank you, coming to the courts. This is why we keep her around. Coming to the courts and bringing revenue and bringing people and bringing stuff, using the concession stands and sorts of things like that. So this is a lot packaged into this project, but the goal is to really get all of those rental things up to snuff while being able to keep those rental fees low enough that it's still something that's attainable and affordable for a lot of our families and citizenship. Cranking up the cost of these rentals doesn't really solve the problem if it's not affordable to the people who should be able to use it. So that's why we're here today, and thanks for your consideration.
What did, you said something about being rejected by tourists. Did they give you feedback on tourism?
We did.
Okay.
It was recommended to us last year when we were here to go that route. They have helped us at pickleball courts in prior, so maybe we'll try again, obviously.
Yeah, last year we were here for LSA and it was recommended that we go to tourism, we went to tourism.
If we can only give you a partial, you can make do with that?
Absolutely. I think that the prioritization will be on some of the pavilions for rentals, and then we can phase out, say, the pickleball courts, or if we need to phase out one pavilion over the other.
Yeah, we definitely have a pecking order of interest there, priorities.
Okay, thank you very much. Next is Ignite Business Incubator, W&J. E3.
Yeah, how about that?
See why I think Max do that.
All right. All right. Good morning, everyone. I'm Max Miller. I'm the director of the Ignite Business Incubator and the director of the Entrepreneurial Studies Program at W&J, joined by my colleague, Christy Johnson, who's the operations director, and Josh Geiser, who's our new CFO at W&J. It's good to see you all. Thanks so much for this time. We'll be super brief today. Just want to let you know that Ignite continues to grow. We've got over 400 companies that we've served now, 64 jobs created, over 3,700 consulting hours, and that's since 2021. There's pretty much two dimensions to really making this sustainable. One is continued funding and demand for our programming, and the other is to create a recurring revenue stream at Ignite. And a part of that revenue stream was around the physical facility. So a big part of our ask is an expansion of the physical space to include a 40-person meeting space, as well as 3 new offices.
Yeah, as Max mentioned, our demand and our lease and rental revenue is critical for us. Our demand is there. Right now, we have over 80 people waiting to get on to a future cohort of Ideas to Enterprise, which is one of our free signature programs that we do. That list, I can fill a cohort of 12 to 13 businesses in less than a day. The demand is definitely there. As for the 3 new private offices that we would like to put in, I also have a wait list for that, which has 7 to 8 viable candidates. You know, when someone goes on a wait list, it doesn't always mean that it's viable. These are viable candidates. We put those offices in, I will rent them out. And again, the revenue is critical for us. We have so much demand for a meeting space that people are willing, and they do, use our big unfinished backroom warehouse. When I say unfinished, I mean it doesn't even have HVAC hooked up. It's chilly in the winter and hot in the summer, and people are willing to use that space. In the past 2 years that I've been there, we have worked with more than 20 community partners, and some as far as Chicago, who found us online and hosted a meeting with us, the Ukrainian Veterans Society from Chicago. So if we build it, they will come, to use an old cliche.
We know that one of the keys to success for Ignite is the consistent revenue stream, as Christy and Matt talked about, but it's also key partnerships. And while Ignite is under the college's umbrella, we also view it as a partnership with the college. The administration is fully committed to supporting Ignite and its growth and expansion, so that it can continue to grow and support the larger Washington community. And I think that what we want to express is that we've been very active in facilitating partnership discussions with the local community partners who might be involved in construction projects, but also businesses in the Pittsburgh and Washington community that have philanthropic desires to help us see this program grow. We certainly know that the college has invested financially from providing internships to our students in that program. We see this as an opportunity to expand not only what the college will provide, but to be able to provide growth for Ignite when it comes to the connection of downtown Washington and the economic redevelopment of the community. We think that your investment here would serve a vital role in validating that strategy and allowing us to see that vision fulfilled in the near future and allow us to continue to impact our students and the community.
Thank you.
Can you give us an example of a case study or like maybe even a company that uses the service? I'm interested in what the actual service is.
The company everyone knows, Popcorn Lilies, was in one of our last cohorts. They were closed for a bit. They had to pivot, reposition. One part of their pivoting strategy was to come to Ideas Enterprise and sort of rethink their business. So the Ideas Enterprise program is pretty much what all companies, regardless of the phase that they're in their growth curve, through pretty much the fundamentals.
And just one real brief, and I didn't even get to tell Max this, just a couple of days ago, someone who just went through our programming about 6 months ago, he won our first place. We awarded him $5,000. He did a 5-year financial projection. I talked with him the other day. He said, I just had to redo my pro forma. He said, I'm gonna do $1 million this year. It was Kevin.
Okay.
So Kevin Parker and his wife Lauren, above and beyond cleaning services, they've gotten themselves some big contracts. And I just did a social media post about him as well, how he thanked Ignite, and without Ignite, he wouldn't even have known how to do a pro forma, let alone revise it and do another one.
A lot of lifestyle businesses, businesses that hopefully will either find brick and mortar on one of the main streets in Washington, or they're gonna hire people from Washington. So it's an example like that with Kevin. They're a staff of 2 right now. His pro forma, and based on what I just heard, he's definitely gonna have to hire some people in the county in order to be able to, deal with that demand.
Those numbers are already outdated, just from the end of December when I did them. That already can say over 400 businesses supported, and by the end of March, we will have awarded over 120,000 in seed capital.
Thank you very much. Okay, next is Burkhart, Ashford, and White Street Waterline Replacement Project, Bentleyville Borough, or Bentleyville Municipal Authority.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Carl DeCass. I'm with KLH Engineers representing the Bentleyville Municipal Authority. The Burkhart Ashford White Street project is a project you actually awarded to us in 2021, the money. Unfortunately, what happened, our main line that feeds not only Bentleyville, Ellsworth, and Coburg through the system, we had a lot of problems with. We diverted that money, we came back to the redevelopment authority. They let us divert that money for phase 1 to do the replacement. We came back in 2022, got another grant to finish the main line through Bentleyville. But we're back here again for the 2021 project for the Burkhart Ashford White Street project. It's one of the oldest lines that we have in the borough. When you go up Burkhart Street, it kind of looks like you're playing checkers with all the breaks. But this line, the importance of it back then was when the Ellsworth Dam broke about 15 years ago, this is how we supplied Ellsworth water. It was a secondary feed to them. So it's important in the fact that, yes, we have replaced our main line. It is in good condition. It does service. But this also provides a second feed into Ellsworth Borough. That was the interconnection we used, like I said, about 15 years ago when their dam broke, to supply them water for about almost 2 years until the interconnection came with Charleroi to go to Bentleyville. So the project's around $226,000. We have roughly $54,000 committed to it. The plans are done. It's ready to go. We just need some help. That was pretty good. 1 minute and 45 seconds. That's not bad. Any questions?
Questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
The P15 is the next one. It is sewer jetter factor equipment purchase. Authority of Berth. Charleroi. Yeah.
All right, well, thank you. I'm Sam Gibson with KLH Engineers. We're the consulting engineer for the authority of the Borough of Charleroi.
Chad Warfield, I'm the Director of Operations for the authority. The authority consists of 5 board members. We provide wastewater treatment and collection for 6 communities: Charleroi, Dunleavy, North Charleroi, the Borough of Spears, Twilight, and Fallowfield Township. We service 4,482 customers and a population of approximately 9,500 people on the sewer side.
Over the last and probably 10 years or so, the authority's been planning and executing their CSO control project. Through that, they'll, once phase 2 is done, they will have expended about $27.5 million to satisfy their consent order in agreement with the Pennsylvania Department of Environmental Protection. Through the course of that project, phase 2 should be bidding here early part of the year. They're working with USDA Rural Utility Service to finalize everything for that project. Their hopes are that they can prevent a phase 3 of that project. Through that process, they identified a potential gain for themselves, I guess, to try to reduce costs in the future and prevent that phase 3. And that was to purchase the collection system in Charleroi Borough. So currently, the authority, historically has owned the interceptor sewers, the treatment plant, the pump stations, and the collection system in Fallowfield Township. In 2023, they purchased the collection system in Charleroi Borough. What that does is presents them with an opportunity to try to better maintain the system, to prevent future issues, to prevent blockages, to prevent, as the system degrades over time. It's a 100-year-old terracotta clay sewer system. It's got a lot of issues. As they identify those issues, there's a need for the right equipment to be able to remove those blockages, to evaluate the system. So the authority is requesting a grant in the amount of $200,000 towards the combination sewer jet or Vector truck. The total cost of that equipment currently is $408,658. So asking for a little bit less than half of what that cost would be. But their intent would be to utilize that equipment, be able to share it with the neighboring communities as well. If they have issues and blockages, obviously it's an expensive piece of equipment, but would allow them to better identify problems in the system, to reduce those flows and prevent that phase 3 of their CSO project, and just be able to continue to provide the services they need to provide for their customers. So.
Okay, questions? Okay, thank you.
I think we're up next for another one.
For the water.
Okay, so the next one is Fallowfield water line?
Yes.
Fallowfield water line replacements.
The same 5-member board controls the water system of the authority. The authority is responsible for the treatment of water for 10,630 customer accounts, which is a population of approximately 27,000 people. We provide water distribution and water supply to 12 member communities, including Bentleyville, Cokeburg, Ellsworth, Charleroi, Denora, Dunleavy, North Charleroi, Spears, and Twilight, all in Fallowfield and Somerset, all in Washington County, and the city of Menneson in Westmoreland County.
Obviously, with the fact sheet that we passed out, you can see the authority has expended tens of millions of dollars over the last, this probably runs the course of the last 10 to 15 years. The oldest project probably being their phase one of their water plant upgrades. They do have a current bond issue, and, I'd say every year we're doing about 3 to 5 water lines. As that system ages over time, there's a need to address those issues. So most of the water lines you see on here are in response to breakages, breaks in the system that occur. Obviously, that results in disruption of service to their customers. All of these projects have been funded mainly from bond issues over the last 15 years or so. Currently, we've got about 5 projects in design or out to bid already for construction this year. And that's just going to continue to be a battle that they'll continue to address over, as these breaks occur and whatnot. So the authority is requesting for their Fallowfield water line replacements. There's basically, they would all be lumped into one project, but it's kind of 3 separate neighborhoods, I'll call it, in Fallowfield. The first portion of it is 2,050 linear feet of 6-inch and 4-inch PVC water lines. It's in the Reds Acres plan on Eagle Street and Winona Drive. They've got 1,590 feet of 6-inch PVC and a portion of 2-inch water line along Homewood Road and Friendship Drive, and then 2,100 feet of 6-inch water line on Holly Drive. These areas, I think, Chad, you were just looking at the break records for these areas. I've had a number of them over the last couple of years.
I was just running some numbers yesterday on call outs and things, and there was just on Eagle Street alone, last year in 2024, there were 3 leaks, and I think we've already had 2 this year on Eagle Street. And we're only a week and a half in. So it's that system was put in the late 50s, early 1960s. And it's kind of vital because as you run the route where these housing plans are, it starts to feed out further into our system where those disruptions can cause issues moving further out towards Bentleyville. Just our ability to supply water out to those other areas further remote outdoor system.
So our estimated cost of all these projects combined, all the Fallowfield water line replacements, is $1,460,000. The authority is requesting a grant in the amount of $500,000.
Okay, questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next is Jim Welsh, Multi-Purpose Event Center. Saginaw Valley Youth Ranch of C15.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Good to see you. I'm Tom Ravazio from the Monongahela, and I have just been sitting here listening to these projects. This is like the entrepreneur's dream room, too, and it's a neat place to hear about everything that's going on in Washington County. And one of those cool places is right down in Twilight, right off the Spears exit, and a campground called Shekinah Ranch Camp. To my left is one of my oldest board members, Mark Mikic, and from Lighthouse Electric, we have such a wonderful group. And part of my staff over here, Kelsey Martin, holding up the barn, Jonah, who's also here with my assistant. And so we're here to ask a big favor in a sense, but something that Washington County can become a part of that will make a lasting impact. We, as you see at the top of the stats sheet there, over 4,500 kids have come to Shekinah Camp over the last 22 years. We're just getting ready to start our 23rd year. 3,000 of those which have been from Washington County, or 3,000 thereabouts. And as you can see, from all backgrounds, in terms of the schooling, the education, we have kids that come there for day camp as well as overnight camp, and our third camp, which is a teen girl discipleship camp. But not only that, over 15 states have come to Twilight Borough to bring their child to a summer camp experience. And that is because oftentimes they've heard it from someone else, and they've decided to get on a plane, board a plane, get a hotel in Bell Vernon, and bring their children to summer camp. And they continue to come back. So it's a really amazing experience for them. One of the things I often hear the most from mom and dads or grandmas and grandpaps was and is, where was this when I was raising my kids? And to hear that over and over again just repeats to me that we're doing something right. But to speak about something too that each of you are very interested in is Washington County. And so the attraction down in our neck of the woods to Shekinah Camp is an enhancement. It's a remarkable thing to say about Washington County, and perhaps for some of you it's the biggest secret ever, but there's a horse sports and recreation camp there that has been there for the last 22 years and is educating, is equipping, and strengthening young boys and girls, many of whom are in their 30s now since they started. One of those is Mark's daughter, and he was there year one when there was just a few kids and a couple horses. I asked Mark just to take a minute and share about that, and I'll do the wrap up.
Well, thanks for listening to us, and it's just a good spirit down there when they get in that little valley. It was an old campground before we started. Put a good bit into the infrastructure and a lighthouse. We've been happy to do that as well. So there's always a lot to do, but probably the biggest blessing is when you see some of the inner city kids come in, and that's where the scholarships go. And they've just never seen a campfire, and it's like a vacation for them. And they're only just a few miles from their home, but it's just a whole nother world for them. Tom's really doing great work, and I'm just here to support it.
So what we're asking for is the funding to build the Jim Welch Event Center, which you see on the board. And Kelsey, if you just tilt that, there you go. There you go. And this event center is going to be a recreation building that will be able to have year-round activities. Currently, we cannot. So in order to take Shekinah Camp to the next level, we'd like to get our kids indoor during the fall, winter, and spring months. Including in it will be a basketball court, which they could do a number of different activities in, as you can imagine. Full-size kitchen of which we could do educational classes throughout the fall, winter, and spring. And during the summer, it serves as a place to go for when it rains. And so we gather up all the boys and girls and give them time inside so that there is not the disillusional moment of a rainy day, but the excitement of I've got some place to go and be a part of it. As you can see, the giving back has been amazing. As the number is noted, over $100,000 in scholarships have been given, 400 families of those which have benefited. And then, of course, those wonderful people, and that is just a portion of those who have given to us generously over the years. We have no debt except to the community kids to continue to give back to them so that what they become is something we all want them to be. Any questions, John?
Questions? It's all there.
Thank you. God bless you.
Yeah, we appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, C26, PLW Pony League World Series Operations. World Series Tournaments, Inc.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss our LSA grant application with you. My name is Nathan Wojtek. I am the president of World Series Tournaments Incorporated, and joining me this afternoon is our vice president, Dawn Zopchek. World Series Tournaments Incorporated is an all-volunteer nonprofit organization that hosts the Prince Skate Pony League World Series on behalf of Pony Baseball and Softball International. Our 2025 LSA grant application is to provide assistance to construct a new operations facility at historic Louis Pony Field. The Pony League World Series has grown substantially in recent years, both in attendance and online reach, creating a demand for efficient on-site operations. Currently, we utilize scattered locations, and the lack of a centralized facility hinders our ability to manage materials efficiently, limiting the potential for sponsorship visibility, event theme nights, and media engagement. A dedicated operations facility will address these logistical bottlenecks, enabling the Pony League World Series to manage more sponsorship deliverables and activation elements, host a broader range of events, and support increased media staff. This will also enhance Pony League World Series' ability to attract sponsors and promote event partnerships critical for the series' continued growth. The Pony League World Series annually attracts over 30,000 visitors and contributes over $5.8 million annually to Washington County's economy. Each year, every single game of the Prince Skate Pony League World Series is broadcast live, putting Washington County in a national and international media spotlight. With your help, we can bring this project to fruition and continue the growth trend of our event for Washington County. Thank you.
Questions? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
P38, Dunkard Church Road paving project.
All right. My assignment set here, back again, we're seeking $67,500, and that's being matched by $7,500 from the township. Township in question is West Bethlehem, and we're talking about Dunkard Church Road, not a bridge, but a road. So Dunkard Church Road is a really unique situation, and I hesitate to come to LSA with a paving project. It's not just a paving project, though. This is truly a last-ditch effort to make this road safe, because this road, the recommended steepness percentage, like grade, for a gravel road is about 10%. This road has two hills, one of which is 11.7% and one of which is 14.5%. This is a steep road, okay? So obviously, gravel roads can be really problematic when they're that steep. They're not safe. It's difficult, especially in the weather we're having right now. This is opportune timing for this project for sure. And additionally, it's been really difficult to maintain, obviously, because of washouts and those sorts of issues. 2 years ago, the township actually worked with DGLBR and the Penn State Extension to implement a driving surface aggregate material, which is sort of like a very specifically designed gravel substrate that they can put on for these very steep roads. Worked with them to do it right, do it well, the special material It's so steep, it just washed out. And that was only 2 years ago. And we are back to, quite frankly, a little worse than we were to begin with. Again, this road is a rural road, but there are residents on it. There's also a church on this road. So not only is this an issue of connectivity and, rerouting and EMS, but there's vital community services in this rural area that are on this road. This road can't just be closed. And so that's why the township is faced with, listen, they've done everything they could to try to keep it gravel. It is an absolute safety issue that just cannot be circumvented, and it needs to be paved. So it's a relatively small ask in the scheme of everything that you all can provide of $67,000 to get this paved, to get this safe. Quite frankly, looking at it from an engineering perspective, it's just the only option at this time to make sure that the community still has access to these vital community services. Just a little candid story, I sent one of our EITs out there to take pictures and evaluate this road, and she got stuck in a truck going up this road. And this is people's church, it's their community, and they can't access it safely. So that's why we're asking you to consider this funding today, please.
Is the church a polling place by any chance?
I'll find that out for you.
This church sits on top of the hill,
It's sort of actually in between two of the hills, yes.
My question is, do you have cross drains?
Yeah, so as part of the DGLVR project, cross drains were installed. They've done their best to maintain them, but the steepness is just.
Otherwise, the asphalt won't stay if you don't have it.
Yes, so the cross drains are already in place. Perfect. Yep. That was part of that project 2 years ago.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Main Street Blight Remediation Project, that's Middletown Borough. Main Street, that's C19.
Good afternoon. Hi, I'm John Opal. I'm the council president of West Middletown Borough. And wisely, I'm going to let Terry do most of the talking because she's way better at this than I am. But before I turn it over to Terry, I just wanted to thank the board on the behalf of all the residents of West Middletown for the support you've given us in the past. So thank you so much.
So West Middletown Borough is here today to ask for help with a blight remediation project. Now, I know that the county has implemented this as a high priority, and there are some other avenues to go about this, but because this is just such a small scale issue, sort of the land banking isn't necessarily a great fit for this project, and that's why we think LSA is in fact a great fit for this project. West Middletown Borough is asking for just $6,500 and is providing $1,000 in match funding for a blight remediation project. This blight remediation project will involve the demolition of a home located at 83 East Main Street. This home was a rental for many years before sustaining a fire in 2012, making it uninhabitable. In the later 2010s, it was condemned completely. The borough has worked tirelessly with their council, with the homeowners, with the neighbors to try to buy that property. Like, this has been a long-going issue where they have tried their best to remediate it, to work through it without just a lien and a demolition. But unfortunately, that's just the position that they're in right now. Now, I can spiel on about all of the issues that come with blight, right? But you're more than aware. There's less investment in the area, lower home values, less perceived safety of areas. But this is a relatively small community that has the opportunity to thrive and do great things. They're doing investments in their park. They have a sidewalk project in where they're trying to connect Main Street to their park to make it a vibrant little walkable community there in West Middletown. And this is just such an issue of this blight right on Main Street, right near Cross Creek County Park as well. Like, we are right in this main little thoroughfare. And so this will help the community thrive by getting, more investment back on the tax roll, sorts of things like that. So a relatively small ask that will have a huge impact on this little community to just get rid of this extremely dangerous and blighted structure and, just one more house that can be back and in their roles.
Yeah, and I might add that we had pursued various funding opportunities. We were going to use our community block development grant money to do this. The next door neighbor asked us not to do that because he was going to buy the property from the owner and demo the house himself. Unfortunately, that deal fell through, and we had already committed the money to additional sidewalk projects in the town. So, we're faced with waiting till 27 before we could realistically tear the building down using CBDG funds.
So who owns the property now?
Yeah, it's owned by a family that used to live there. They have some issues. I don't really want to bring them up here, but we have worked with them in the past, and we've not gotten anywhere.
Okay, questions?
So the county has actually dedicated a portion of money of their ARPA funds to a blight program that is run through Redevelopment Authority. Have you looked into that route as well?
So from what I understand about that funding source, because they would have to pay like $500 to get on the list and different funding source?
Yeah, I'm not aware of that, to be honest. I'm sorry.
It's pretty new, but I recommend reaching out to Redevelopment Authority, and they should hopefully be able to help you if this doesn't work out.
It should be 100% eligible.
Okay.
Okay, well.
So it's not the land bank, it's a whole different.
Yeah, we actually, that you bring that up, we did have our previous engineering firm put in an application for that. We have not received any funding for that.
If it's on the list, it's probably going to get funded.
Okay. Well, thank you. And again, thank you for the support you've given us in the past. It's really helped our little community.
Thank you.
Thank you for what you're doing in West Middletown. It's lovely to see the town coming alive.
It's a lot of fun to be involved with right now.
Lovely community.
Yeah, and there's a lot of, if you haven't been out there, come on out sometime. And there's a really well-preserved history that I think a lot of other towns would be very jealous of. So, thank you again.
Okay. Okay. Next is Morris Township, VFD, VFW.
I'm gonna take the back seat again and let the expert do the talking.
Well, folks, appreciate your time.
V50.
I'm Todd Patras. I'm Vice President of Morris Township Volunteer Fire Department. We're Prosperity, if you guys don't know that. Jim Watts, our treasurer, longtime treasurer, and our captain. Our project is actually for fire station improvement. Small communities, we struggle for funding. Costs have gone up ridiculously for any sort of fire equipment. So we're looking to secure our building. It's a 60-plus-year-old building that we took ownership of in 2019 when the township moved to a new building. 60-year-old building, you can imagine, has some problems, but it's a solid building. We would rather spend money updating the building and protecting that building for another 30, 40 years than spend $800,000 for a new building or more. Our focus is primarily on energy efficiency, weatherproofing the building, as well as rainwater control. Since we took ownership, we have spent well in excess of $100,000 in monies that we've received. A lot of it from us. We've gotten a couple small grants here and there. We've spent a lot of time upgrading the building. We've spent a lot of volunteer hours doing such stuff as painting. We've done roof repairs. We had concrete floor repairs because after 60 years, they were cracked and broken. We've done floor drain improvements so the building maintains good. The back wall of the building, we had to do a French drain project across the back of the building. It probably would have cost us $60,000, $70,000 if we had farmed it out. We did that with our own work and our own machinery, and we're able to do that for probably around $20,000, again, to protect the building. We have replaced a truck house furnace. The old one was inefficient. We've spent money there. We went to all LED lighting in the building for energy efficiency. We installed instant hot water heaters, again, for energy efficiency. We have a small office area. We put a high efficiency heat pump in, and did a renovation in there, including window repairs, again, energy efficiency, all kinds of other stuff. Again, our aim is efficiency, functionality. If any money we're not spending on energy bills, we can put into the fire department side of it. The exterior project will finish our major renovations. We're planning to insulate the outside of the building because concrete block does not have a whole lot of energy efficiency. We're also going to sheet it with steel. We're going to do gutters. We're going to do soffit and fascia and get some weather protection. So hopefully the rest of the structure, 60-year-old block is obviously gets a little absorptive, if you will. So we feel this will protect the building, do a couple exterior doors that are weather tight. We have a generator in the building already. So if we're able to do this, this will be our final project for the building. This should serve us for quite a long time. And with the existing generator, we could potentially serve as an emergency heating center, in a weather emergency or such. With that, if you have any questions, there's so much more we could talk about, but that's the heart of it.
Just because I care so deeply about this project, I can't just let it talk. I also just want to point out that Morris Township Fire Department is not just Morris Township Fire Department. Because of the mutual aid and automatic aid that they provide, they service over 15% of the county, serving 9,000 citizens. They have impact wide. And like they said, every dollar that doesn't go into a heating bill is going back into providing trucks and training and recruitment and retention. So I think that's really important to point out as well.
Do you have any other questions?
Do you ask industry out that way? Do they assist you?
So we have had support from some of the gas companies. We actually had a recent support from Consol recently. They helped us purchase some rescue equipment for the trucks. We're pursuing some funding statewide and federally because we have a 35-year-old tanker that needs replaced. Unfortunately, the cost of that truck to replace it is about $450,000. So we're trying to take our limited resources. Our township has been very supportive, but our population has been falling. Tax base has been falling. They've been very supportive. They gave us the building, which is huge, because if we had to purchase a building, we would not have been able to do that.
You're in an energy-rich part of the county.
Yes.
I mean, East Findlay, West Findlay, Morris, it's loaded.
We are. Unfortunately, we haven't found a way to take the energy portion of the community. While they've been helpful to us, they have not been a sole funding source for us.
Sure.
They're only willing to let go of so much, and we have taken advantage of that. Our parking lot renovations, we did parking lot renovations and guardrails, and that was nearly entirely funded by those agencies. We had about 3 or 4 people that have allowed us to do that again. Not having to spend that money allows us to use our tax dollars for the firefighting portion of the project.
Keep asking them.
Oh, we do. We're chasing a lot of that. Terry lives in our service area, and she's been very helpful for us, volunteering to help us pursue some of this.
And as you notice, our patches, we also provide emergency medical service with like 8 EMTs and a full response state certified squad.
I mean, the number of employees who travel to those locations, the Consol locations, Morris Township, I mean, it's thousands.
Oh, it is.
Every day, every 3 shifts.
And we continuously pursue them.
Yeah.
And they're able to help us out. I mean, we have a small department. We have a whole lot of equipment. Representative O'Neill has been to our station and seen the equipment we have. So every bit of what we get goes right back into the fire service.
Okay,
Thank you for your time.
thank you very much.
Yes, gentlemen, is it a polling place?
It is not, because the township, when they built their new building, they actually have an office area that they do the polling. But if they had a problem, it certainly could serve as a polling place because we do have restrooms. Thank you for your time.
Ready when you are. A C9 Dreamers Headquarters renovation space at the Dreamers Company. You're receiving a packet of our presentation. It has a lot of information in there about who we are and what we do. The best way to help you know what we do is to tell you a brief story. It was a few years ago, and as we work in the community to help address blight or residential spaces or playgrounds, we had just finished installing a playground here in the city. It was a week later, and I was there just picking up some garbage and checking on it, and I saw a father and a young kid playing, and this young kid was running from the new swings to this piece of project to that, just ecstatic with this new equipment. And he climbs to the first tower. There's a 3-tower slide we installed, and we had a lot of fun on it, but we were excited to see what's the community going to feel about this. And he gets to the top, and he's like, "Dad, I can't believe it. It's like I can see heaven from here." And I was like, nail in the coffin. That's what we're doing. And honestly, every project that we've given ourselves to doesn't always turn out that great, but it's really our goal to help lift the vision of our city and to help bring a sense of hope and excitement about what's going on. You see the pictures here. All of this work, whether it's homes, which we've done roofs, we've done foundations, we've done electrical work, even recently on Jefferson Avenue, we picked the worst house on the block, fully renovated it in partnership with a lot of amazing organizations. And just recently, we were able to sell that at our cost to a family who worked with Blueprints in their home ownership program. And so there's just a lot of collaboration in the work we do. It kind of has to be that way because you're looking at our volunteers, both high school and community members. Our goal is just to gather people who have a heart and passion to see Washington better. And so that's what we do. And we love to introduce students to the trades. We love to help them get mentorship from our skilled labor. It's an incredible time. If you're ever excited to get out into the city, you want to join us, we'd love to have you. This work, again, is completely 100% volunteer. Every dollar goes back into the community. One of the things we recognized is that we needed to establish headquarters to multiply these efforts. We purchased the convent on North Franklin Street in 2017, have been working tirelessly since that point to bring it to this place. COVID really slowed us down. But we did receive a round of funding from LSA. The exciting news is we just wrapped up the projects tied to that. It was specifically to bring phase 2, the utilities and mechanics, up to date in that building. Again, it's sat for over 15 years without being used, and so there was a lot of work that needed to be done. We have heat, we have water, we have all of the things necessary. Now we need to be able to finish some of the work. So we're asking again, our ask is to help complete phase 2. That will get both phase 1, phase 2 into full occupancy, which will allow us to gather people for training, gather people for community sounding boards, to gather and just really establish a sense of this is the movement, here we go. Instead, we've been like, meet us at this coffee shop, meet us at this playground, meet us over here, over there, and then we'll pick all those kids up and take them to the next place. This is really going to centralize some of our efforts and help establish the work that we're doing. So, any questions?
Aaron did come on, he's the pastor. He does this, right? But his, this is the last piece of funding they need to get in that building. I just want to emphasize that. This is the last piece they need for that occupancy permit.
Yeah.
And as far as sustainability moving forward, I mean, there are gonna be bills, you gotta keep the lights on and all those other things. So what is your plan for sustainability?
So our programming that's in the community is fully funded with fair programming. So we're a partnership with Redevelopment Authority, and then we have fundraisers throughout the year that raise those things, and generous donors and incredible people that help make the way.
And you'll finally have a place to store all of the tools.
Tools, equipment, whiteboards with ideas, filing, we've got files in safe places now, but there'll be a designated dreamer space, so, yeah.
Yeah, so if I remember correctly, and it's been a while, I actually looked up the date, 2020 is when the first phase was awarded. If I remember correctly, though, a lot of the labor that was gonna be done there was all volunteer hours. Is that gonna be continued for phase two? Is that the same concept?
Yeah, well, again, is where we're able to, and again, so all the funding that went into utilities and mechanics, there was also concrete work and walls to be built and all of that. We've done all that work. So again, anywhere we're able to partner and pinch and squeeze and make the juice worth the squeeze and double it, we've been doing that, both in the community and in this space, so, yeah. Thanks, yeah.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, P4 Act 537 plan update, Blaine Township.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Okay. So I have the next three, just so everybody knows. But yeah, this one and the next two. So to get started, the purpose of this grant application is to secure funding for Blaine Township to complete a comprehensive update to its Act 537 sewage facilities plan. The township's existing plan was prepared in 1999. And originally the plan was prepared for both Blaine Township and Buffalo Township, which included the Taylorstown area and the Taylorstown Station area there right off 70. So our office has started to assist Blaine Township with this process. I work for Banks and Engineers, we're the township's consulting engineer. We started to help the township with this process of moving through an update to their Act 537 plan. Our first step was to reach out to Buffalo Township as well to see if they were interested in being a part of the plan update this time around, since they were involved when the original plan was established in 1999. And they've let us know that they're not interested in being a part of it this time. So just wanted to point out that the original plan was for both communities, but this plan update going forward will just be for Blaine Township specifically. So I think as we all know, the Act 537 planning process is the first step along the way to evaluating feasibility of a sewage system for a community. So we'd be looking at different alternatives for a sewage collection system and a wastewater treatment plant to service Taylorstown, excuse me. So our project cost estimate at this point is $68,000. We're asking the LSA board for $34,000. The township intends to pick up the remainder of the costs associated with that. So if there are any questions from the board members, I'd be happy to do my best to answer them on the township's behalf.
Okay.
Great.
Okay, the next one is C20 Maple Street, Nike site, building demolition, and recreation site development, Union Township.
Yep. So our office also assists Union Township in the capacity as their township engineer. This year, the township has submitted a grant application to try to secure some funding to demolish some existing buildings at their former Nike site property, which is, if you're familiar with the community, is right off of Finleyville, Arima Road at the end of Maple Street, up at the top of one of the high ridges up there. So the site has a number of former buildings, a main hall, a barracks, they have some garages, they have above ground storage tanks, they have a old pedestal for communications tower and so forth. There's other, miscellaneous infrastructure up there, but the vast majority of it has not been maintained since the Nike site was decommissioned decades ago. Those buildings and garages are dilapidated. They're in a state of disrepair. So the township has some ambitions to potentially use that site for recreation purposes in the future. Building a park up there, or there's been some discussion about potentially stargazing. It is a really high ridge up there. You can see the steel building from that high point there. So, and I think there's been some preliminary conversations between the township and folks at the county about potentially using that site for some communications improvements, maybe a communications tower to help with 911 and public safety communications, that sort of thing. But the way the site is now, there's really no beneficial uses for that property until those existing buildings are torn down. So that's what this grant application is requesting, some assistance with demolishing those buildings. The township is asking for the project cost rather is $193,500. The township's proposing to match 10% of that. So the total grant request is $174,150. So I think that's this overview at this point, unless there's any questions from the board members.
Okay, questions?
Is this something that could?
Okay, I made a note here in my notes that the township did also apply to the blight mitigation in the summer last year, so I think it's. Okay. Yeah. I'm sure you have quite a few.
You have two projects, what's the priority?
Between the two, I think the priority would be the stream bank restoration for the MS4 program. Obviously, both are important to the township, but there's less funding available for MS4 work. So, and that's a township mandate as well.
Okay. You have the next one?
I have, the second one for Union.
Sure. This one is it's P53, Municipal Separate Storm Sewer System, Pollution Reduction Plan, Stream Bank Restoration, Union Township.
Yep.
Okay.
So this is Union Township's second grant application to the LSA program this year. This project is it's a stream bank restoration project it's located in Pleasant Stream Park, which is right adjacent to Jason Street, right off of Route 88 coming down from South Park into Finleyville. So this scope of work is approximately 350 linear feet of stream bank restoration for both sides of the stream bank. The project would involve regrading the banks so that the banks are at a lesser slope and less likely to erode. There would be some plantings and some shrubs and native species that would be planted there to help establish that riparian buffer along the stream, more so than it is now. Basically, the stream now is just mowed grass up to the edge of the stream. So the goal would be to generate more of a resilient riparian buffer there that's resistant to erosion. This project is a pollution reduction plan project as part of the township's MS4 program. So the goal is to reduce sediment generated in the waterways and improve the water quality in this tributary to Peters Creek. The pollution reduction plan is a component of the township's MS4 compliance with their state permits. So our total project cost estimate is $214,000. The township's proposing to match 10% of that. So the grant request works out to be $192,600. So are there any questions?
So are you working with either the Conservation District or DEP for the riparian buffers and all those other things you have to?
Certainly, yeah, that would be a component of it to obtain the permits. It'd be a general permit for stream bank restoration.
Did you work with them to come up with your cost?
Not specifically the cost estimate, but we have gone over the scope of work with them and made sure that the project would, comply with what they recognize for MS4 crediting is in terms of a stream bank restoration project. So they're somewhat familiar with the project at this point.
Thank you.
Yep. And like I said, this would likely be the priority project for Union Township between the two. Obviously, they're both been identified as areas of need, but given the fact that this is a state mandated permit compliance with less funding opportunities in general, we would likely say that this would be the priority between the two.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, so sorry.
I was just gonna question, could
Sure.
you do with a partial?
Say that again?
Could you make do with a partial or phase the project?
Absolutely, yeah, that would help. Certainly.
Okay, any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Okay, next is P28, High Road Water Line Replacement. The Municipal Authority of the Township of Washington.
Hello. You got me for the next three now too. We split it up. I'm Kevin from Banks and Engineers. So this first one is for the High Road Water Line Replacement. Last year, the authority, Antelope Township, Roscoe Borough, applied for an LSA. We were granted a partial funding last year. This was one of the projects that was included in it. With the partial funding, we pulled back on the scope of the project and currently are building, replacing water line on Lynch Street in Roscoe right now. This project along High Road is about 2,600 feet of pipe that would be replaced, and just the way it's laid out, it would actually benefit both Roscoe, Allenport, and Stockdale boroughs. It's located in all three municipalities. There's about 32 customers right now that are connected to that line. The existing line is a 2-inch water line that is not properly sized for fire hydrants. It has a history of breaks, and just it's time for replacement. So total project cost is $596,500. The authority has committed $58,500 towards the project, so we're asking for $538,000. I'm sure if partial funding was provided, we could still get a project there. We just would have to cut back on it some, but there's a pretty substantial project here, 2,600 feet, so there's room to move on that. Entertain any questions you might have.
Okay, move to the next one.
All right.
Next one, let me read it off here. It's E24, it's Baker Hill Road Water Extension Project in Wall Township.
So this is Scott Hartley from Amwell Township Supervisor. So this is a pretty big project that we've been working on for a few years. It would ultimately serves both Amwell and West Bath townships. We were lucky enough a few years ago that LSA did grant a $200,000 grant for the design of the project. So everything's designed, it's shovel ready to go. And so now we're trying to look for portions that could be constructed with, a smaller request. The overall project's a multi-million-dollar project. So this one that we chose is located along Baker Hill Road in Amwell Township. 1,750 feet, serving 16 homes for the existing residents out there. Problems they have is just low quantity and quality of water, and obviously no fire protection without needing to truck the water in. So, Scott, you have anything you wanted to?
Last month, we donated our remaining ARPA money, $86,177 to purchase the actual water line itself, conduit to get the project started, to help get the project started, so.
So, and besides that, both the township and the water authority have combined to provide $10,600 of matching funds for the project. So the ask on this is $344,300.
Okay, questions?
What, if anything, could you do partial without?
Same thing, we just have to cut back on the scope of not being able to get the full 1,700, but we'd go as far as we could go with the money if we were so inclined to get it. So inclined.
Okay. Next is C23, multi-use borough building roof replacement, Marianne.
All right. So Mariana Borough has a grouping of 4 buildings that they had acquired back in 2012 from Bethlehem Steel. They're working on developing a park in that area of these 4 buildings. They've already constructed a walking trail around the site, and one of them is going to be used for a new municipal building. There was a grant provided by the LSA last year towards that project. This project is the old office building for Mariana Mine 58. It's the first building you see when you pull into this complex, and they're currently using it to store various pieces of borough equipment, Christmas lights, has an emergency shelter in the basement, and also the fire department is able to use it for training. But the roof on it is in pretty bad shape, to the point where water is starting to infiltrate inside the building. So the borough would like to get the roof replaced to, protect that asset, protect what they're storing in there, and they're hoping with the new roof that there's some office space available there, that there's been some interest in some retail going in. Also, they've talked about possibly a site for the post office that just closed a couple years ago, that it has a loading dock and everything that would be perfect for the post office. So the total estimate on this is $210,000. The borough's committed $10,000 and is requesting $200,000 towards the project.
Wasn't there an LSA grant given a couple of years ago?
Yeah, there's it's for another building, but in that same complex of 4 buildings. Yeah, it's to convert it to municipal
So
building.
when is that going to be spent down? Or do you have plans for that immediately or no?
It's still kind of filtering through. Off the top of my head right now, I can't remember the total dollar amount there, if they had the full amount or if they were pursuing some. I think they have enough now to do it. So they've not asked us to start working on it, but I think they're ramping up to make that happen.
I mean, I know they squeeze nickels out there, so
Yeah.
they work really, really hard to make everything they get go as far as possible.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Next project, West Beth Township Park Improvements Project. West Beth. C37.
Mark, he's not here yet. Mark, they're not here. They're not here. You can go to the next.
How about Cherry Brook Sewage Lift Station Improvements Project? You'll hear? Oh, all right. Okay. P1. P8.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Michael Drenchak. I'm the Authority Manager for the Cecil Township Municipal Authority. This is our consulting engineer, LSA, Larry Lennon Jr.
The project we're presenting on today is for the Cherry Brook Sewage Lift Station. So Cecil, they serve all customers within Cecil Township sanitary sewage, customers that have service. We have 3 sewer plants. We do send sewage also to Canonsburg, Houston, and this is for the Cherry Brook area, which is a development that was dedicated to the authority. The sewage lift station, if you look at the third slide, there's some pictures. It's an older lift station. It does need upgrades. It's inefficient, not reliable. What we're looking to is ask for a grant. Total project cost is $600,000. We're asking for $300,000, 50% share, to help the authority complete this project. Even with a partial award, the authority will be able to complete the project, but we're looking to complete the full scope to complete the work. So, pump station's older, electricity is inefficient. Looking to put newer equipment in, higher efficiency, help the authority with alarm call out, so more a new communication system with everything's available nowadays with cellular that the operators can know without being there. Everything's going on at this site. So, so if we did get grant funding, we'd be able to move pretty quickly on this project. Permitting requirements are, there'd be some permits through DEP, but nothing long lead time. So if we did receive some type of funding, we'd be able to move quickly. So if we receive notice, we'd start in this fall and complete construction next year. So we'll be able to use the funding pretty quickly if we're awarded. So we're proposing completing, fixing up the site, draining, grading, drainage, restoration, new fencing, new electrical and mechanical equipment with higher efficiency equipment, new generators. So if we lose power, we can keep providing sanitary service to these residents if there's an extended power outage, reduce basement backups, that type of thing. That's it. So we appreciate the consideration for this grant. If anybody has any questions, I can answer.
It's pretty straightforward. Any questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Where are we now? Mind Dojo. Next project, Washington Mental Health Service Expansion. Mind Dojo Holdings LLC.
Hello.
How you doing?
How are you?
Good.
Passing out a bag of goodies to you guys. There's some information in here as well.
So in
There.
that bag,
I got
there's
the
two
second one.
things. One's question and answers, one's kind of a brief version of the what we're presenting.
It's like 5 o'clock. Okay.
I'm Justin Loke. This is my brother-in-law and business partner, Corey Deasy. We are the founders of Mind Dojo, a mental health facility currently located in Westmoreland County. We come before you today where this is the first time doing something like this. We're not lobbyists or anything to that effect. We're just two entrepreneurs that put together a business that works in Westmoreland County currently. It's a very personal business, and I don't think you'd get the full breadth of the project if I didn't explain the background of it first. So I personally experienced anxiety and depression at a very high level about 3 years ago. I come from a background of actually working in politics and in communications and marketing. I have 3 little children. It got so bad to the point where I wasn't leaving my room. I had suicidal ideations. And, we're just a normal family. Never thought that would come to that. It was post-pandemic. And I didn't want to get help whatsoever. And my wife finally came to me and said, your kids know something's wrong and this is going to affect them for the rest of their lives. We have to do something. And it was at that point that I realized that I had to do something, if not for me, for my children. And I looked for services. And good services are very hard to find, let alone any services. There's a mental health shortness, especially within the counties that surround Allegheny County, if anything. So as I was going through this process, luckily, my family had the means to pay out of pocket and kind of move us through the line at the time. I got better and I started to feel better, and I decided that from that day forward, I was going to help other people that were like me. My brother-in-law and I put together Mind Dojo, which is a little bit different than a traditional mental health and substance abuse facility. We do both. The difference is, one, we do evidence-based therapy on an outpatient level. So we are not inpatient. Person doesn't have to stay with us for 30 days. Our program is 36 sessions of group, 12 sessions of individual, and 3 medication appointments. It's called IOP. Each session is approximately 3 hours long, and you invest somewhere between 9 to 12 hours a week in getting better. This is for anyone from a carpenter to a CEO to a mom that has postpartum. So these are all walks of life that come in. We also specialize in teen IOP. There's only 2 other teen IOPs in Western Pennsylvania. One is in Southside, one is in Wexford. So there's none near here, and there were none near Westmoreland when we put it in. So all in all, our program has a 75 to 82% rate of non-reoccurrence. That's higher than inpatient, that's higher than partial hospitalization, and it's higher than regular therapy. We think that part of the reason we're so successful is beyond just the evidence-based therapy. We also offer what we call holistic, so Eastern medicine, things like mindfulness, meditation, Reiki, yoga, where people learn things they can take home with them. So if they're having issues, they don't need their therapist on the spot. They're learning things for the rest of their lives. And then we also have psychiatrists and nurse practitioners for medication management. We also make our facility not look like a typical mental health facility. It looks like a spa. And that is because we want people to come in and feel respected, to be at ease, and go through it that way. Now, I know this is on a timer, so I probably went too long on trying to give you what it was. So this total project will cost $1.985 million. We are requesting $450,000. This is $300,000 for the construction and the building modifications and $150,000 for equipment. We think this project is, and the match, we can either put in all ourselves, but we will look at other sources if we can match as well. But if not, the project would go through with our own personal funding for the rest of it. This hits 2 different levels. So on the application, it's an economic development or public interest. Really, it's both, right? So we're going to bring good paying, full benefited jobs for MDs, LPCs, nurse practitioners. We'll bring a bunch of jobs to the community. So to grow that in Washington County, which you guys have a deficit, you need it right now. And we also believe we'll bring stability to your overall workforce. A lot of the people that come to us currently in Westmoreland County are first responders, they're union members, there are people that are stressed out at their corporate jobs, and then obviously our teenage population. And then there's the public interest part of it, which I think you all get, but it will decrease emergency room visits. It will, the suicide and overdose rates in Washington County are not only above the national average, they're above the Pennsylvania average. You have a goal to get down to 12 in 100,000 by 2030. And I believe you're currently at 27 when it comes to suicide, and I think your goal was 22 for overdose, and I believe you're at 47 when it comes to that. Don't quote me exactly, but those numbers are available on the state's website. So I think that we hit both of those. This is not just about a building, though. It's about changing lives, strengthening families, and creating a better future for Washington County. And I believe with your support, we can make all of that happen. So I'm open to any questions that you may have. I always talk too much, and Corey doesn't, so. Very true.
I'm just going to ask for clarification on your match. Is it secure? You've got a large match there.
Yeah, so Corey can talk about that better, but we can, if necessary, we can provide you bank statements to show you the match, both from the business and from personal bank statements, so the match is secure. With that said, we will look at some foundation funding and other things like that, but if that doesn't come through, we're prepared to put it in ourselves. So as I said, this project is a go either way if this comes through.
Questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate your time. If you guys like ball caps, those are really good ones. I wear it all the time. Mine. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
You ready? How are you? Is it just you?
It's just me.
Come on down. You're the next contestant.
Oh, Mr. Radke, nice to see you.
Yeah, let me read the project. It's C37 West Bethlehem Township Park Improvements Project, West Beth Township. Okay.
Hi, first of all, I apologize. I know West Beth was here earlier about a road paving project, and my other job did not allow me to be here for that, so I hope.
You're still early. It's okay.
I'm early for this one, but I missed the other one. So, anyway, the first thing I would like everybody to know is it's Mariana, but it's not Mariana Borough. Half of Mariana is in West Beth Township. Our business district is in West Beth Township. We're always trying to work to improve the community for the residents and, make it attractive to people that might want to move into that, because everybody knows it's kind of a blighted area. So we're right now in the middle of a project where we have received a grant from the state, but we also invested significant amounts of our own money in rebuilding the playground, and we'll be putting a new parking, walking path in, and putting in ADA parking. So hopefully that's all done by springtime. So this is just another step to make that park a much better facility for the residents, and to attract others to our area, to see that it's a nice area. So these are mainly based on efficiencies, just making the place easier to run, make it cleaner, make it more efficient, make it more presentable to the public. Right now, there's nothing in our area within our township for somebody to rent a facility except for the fire department, and that's a lot more expensive than what we charge. So this is it, and so people use it for birthday parties, graduation parties, anything of that nature. We just want to make it a nicer facility. The other thing I would like to point out, just to show that we are serious about improving that area, is some of you might be aware that we resurrected our kayak canoe float event 2 years ago. We had 100 participants last year. No, 2 years ago, 100. This past year, we had 150. Our goal this year is 200, and that's evolved into a big fundraiser for our fire department. So that's, and then after the float, everybody comes up to the park for our after party. So, I mean, that's the main point here. We just want to make that place nice and make it nicer. And there's a group of people in the borough now also and in the township that are working really hard to make improvements to that area. Final point, my teary-eyed point is, you probably heard that they closed the post office in Marianna. It's just like another, step on the neck and twist the foot, forget about that area. We have no updates on what their plans are. And we just need to show, I just like to work as much as we can to show everybody that we're working hard, we're not giving up, we're making it a nice place. So, that's it.
Okay. Any questions? Okay, thanks, Laura.
Very much.
Yep, thank you.